In the heart of Iași, Romania, the world's top gamers have gathered for the ultimate showdown. IESF brings heart-stopping matches across a variety of gaming genres in an electrifying experience that celebrates the passion and dedication of esports athletes from around the globe. This is more than just a tournament. This is where champions are born, legends are made, and anything is possible. Get ready to witness the ultimate display of skill, strategy, and heart. The IESF World Esports Championship. It's about to take your breath away.
Do you think you've got what it takes? The challenge will be tougher than ever. In 2023, international esports has a new home. Over 100 nations fighting for the championship in a celebration of everything that makes esports great. Who will rise up to the challenge? Who will be the world champion?
In the heart of Iași, Romania, the world's top gamers have gathered for the ultimate showdown. IESF brings heart-stopping matches across a variety of gaming genres in an electrifying experience that celebrates the passion and dedication of esports athletes from around the globe. This is more than just a tournament. This is where champions are born, legends are made, and anything is possible. Get ready to witness the ultimate display of skill, strategy, and heart. The IESF World Esports Championship. It's about to take your breath away.
Do you think you've got what it takes? The challenge will be tougher than ever. In 2023,
Hello, how are you doing today, Kips?
Hello, Otto. I am doing great. How about you?
I'm doing well, and I was thinking, I was like, oh, she's gonna do this, or then I was like, oh, is it me? We as you guys can tell, we practice this a lot. You know, we practice this a lot, as you can see how prepared we are. But yeah, welcome to IESF 2023, and where we will be doing the online regional qualifiers, where by the end we will have a representative from each region, sometimes two representatives, depending on how big the region is. And yeah, and we have quite a lot of matches today, don't we, Kips?
Yeah, we do all of a sudden, because while we have a bunch of qualified countries at the ready already, we have Saudi Arabia as the host country, Australia got in as well, Mongolia winning their bracket. Yesterday we got to see Jordan take on Syria in what was actually quite the best of three. Jordan definitely had to fight them in order to push the Syrians aside, but they have now qualified, and Kyrgyzstan with, of course, Blizzy, Zayats, and Dream making it through from Central Asia. But today we will be filling those two slots from Southeast Asia that you see at the bottom there through means of a tiebreaker, because Myanmar, Thailand, as well as the Philippines have all gotten the same scores for their group stage, and that means we have a tie to break.
Yep, that's good. So we will have at least 2 of these. And lastly, this is going to be the first match by the Myanmar versus Thailand. So it's kind of important that you win. And we also have to decide who's going to come in from South Asia, which you have Bangladesh, Nepal, India. So it's going to be, by the end of the day, though, we should be able to have at least most of the playoff teams. Sorry, like the qualified teams going here. And Myanmar, Thailand, this is the first of a 3-way tiebreaker. There's Myanmar versus Thailand, Thailand versus Philippines, then Myanmar versus Philippines. So whoever wins the 2 teams out of this will advance. Then we have Pakistan versus Bangladesh will lead to a playoff, and Nepal versus Sri Lanka also leads to a playoff. So yeah, there's a lot. And anyway, this is the Myanmar lineup. I know Young PH, Skill Ray, Zhao Rain. I've seen these guys, KSH. Ati's name I'm not too familiar with, but perhaps you know them a bit better than I do.
Honestly, I do not. My knowledge is mostly around Malaysia and the Philippines, so Thailand and Myanmar, not my main expertise in the Southeast Asian region, but Boom Bui is a name that I definitely know.
I know, and
he has been around the big teams.
Yeah, this is the Thai team. I gotta say, there's one thing I really, really enjoy about the team Myanmar, and this is something that the viewers don't see, but they actually all have a profile picture that is a turtle. I don't quite get it. I don't quite get why, but 4 of them have like a turtle. It's the exact same turtle, and the 5th one is a squirrel. And I'm like, I love it. Yes. I don't know what it means, but I just love seeing it every time it's there. But yeah, this is we are going to be having 3 best of ones going on, and but in Southeast Asia, two of the between these 3 matches, 2 of them will advance. Philippines, Thailand, Myanmar. Myanmar. I'll be honest, I'm surprised Philippines is even here. I thought they were confirmed. They were not going to drop a game. But I was casting their match yesterday against Myanmar, and they lost because they got overconfident. Like, they are clearly, I was thinking the MMR, clearly they're the better team. I mean, I don't mean no insult to the Myanmar side, but Philippines, all their players are, ranked 20 to ranked like 100. Myanmar, it's like, top 200, top 300. They're very good team players, but not, you wouldn't say the same level. But what happened was the Philippines, they took 2 or 3 fights where they go in no vision, they just dive, and they had a void spread. He dives, does the double jump just to reach the target, can't walk out, dies, his team shows up. Myanmar took 2 fights, and then they just won the game. So Philippines, they're here because of their own hubris, is a nice way of saying it.
Because of their hubris. I mean, it is slightly understandable, right? They are definitely the favorites to come in here. They were 2nd place in IESF last year, only losing out to Indonesia in a best-of-5 final that went the whole way, like all 5 games. So you can see why the Philippines expect themselves to, be in charge here, be the front runners, and they're going to have to prove it. And we're going to have to see that later on now, because we get Myanmar versus Thailand first.
Yes.
And I am very excited to finally get some SCA Dota again. Ottomo, it's been so long for me since I've seen SCA. I've been all the way over on the other side of the planet. I've been casting SA. I'm getting some Europe and CIS here and there. But I want to see like the raw skill that these guys have. I don't think anybody in the world has like tougher pubs than SCA. If you can't collect your spells, if you don't have the reflexes of the fucking Flash, you're done for.
I know, right? Like, have you ever been like, I'm like 32 now, and I'm still, when I go to like play other pubs, I can still click the bounties, when 2 people are on top, I can still click it faster than them. But I'd be like half my age. Why? Because I was trained in C, where you, like you said, you are going to be learning how to click everything properly. Definitely.
Yes,
I always think that we have like some of the most talented players in the world. Like, there are reasons why other regions import C mids, like Abed going there. So they're very talented. But sometimes you do see the teamwork. It can be a little bit lacking. There's a lot of countries together, so they're all in the same region. You have Philippines, Thailand, Malaysia, Singapore, Indonesia. They're all a little bit different cultures. So sometimes there's that clash in the team. There's a clash in communication, and we saw that yesterday. There's a bit of overconfidence, like we saw with the Philippines, where they just threw the game. So, you balance out the skill with the cockiness.
Exactly. There's a bit of a macho culture, and I love that when I worked in the Philippines with TNC. It's like, you don't think of gamers as like macho, right? But especially like working with Cuckoo there, he was like the daddy of the team. Like, he had his wife already. He was like, what, 21? He got married. He had a kid.
Nice.
And he was swaggering around that team, building 4 staff on Quop because there was a a clockwork in the game, that sort of thing, and they were winning with that, and he was boosting up in that way as well the little bit more shy kids who took over that machismo from him. You know, the Ravens and the Timses of the world aren't like that, but they have that spark inside, and Cuckoo really lit that up inside of them, and then yeah, you get a lot of fireworks. Like if you believe in yourself, you can do amazing things. And the Philippines are known as the China Slayers, are known as if you're old enough, like the two of us, as the OG Slayers back in the day, because they just believe in themselves. And so sometimes you believe in yourself a little too hard, man.
Especially against the weaker teams. And I like how you praised Cuckoo, because that's like suicide in 2023. Cuckoo only plays Venomancer, and he's bad. That's all we're allowed to say these days. But yeah, he's you know, right? I like how she's like, no, Cuckoo's a good guy. I met a couple of TNC
Day one
boys.
Cuckoo fan here.
Yeah. Well, honestly, he's a cool guy. I met him a couple of times as well. I think he's pretty awesome. But I want to talk a little bit about the patch. We did have a little bit of an update, which was much needed, I think, just for sort of evening out the playing field between the sports and the cores. What besides the overall support buff, was there anything in the patch that stood out to you that made you go like, "Huh, that's interesting"?
I mean, I was very convinced that I keep wanting to call them neutral heroes. Dang it, the universal heroes.
Universal.
The universal heroes needed some stat adjustments, and we got a lot of, especially base damage nerfs, which is very important in terms of like their stat growth, hampering that a little bit. But I do think that universal heroes are still on the strong side, and I told this to Snare yesterday. Unfortunately, we didn't keep count because we were having too much fun. But I told him like the team with the most universal heroes is going to win. I can actually look back and check if I was right about that, but their scaling still a little too good, and the items that you get to buy just provide a little too much, because all stats on like an agi hero or on a strength hero, sure, they're nice, but you don't always want to take those items over items that just give you your primary stat. True. Whereas if you're so they're balanced for being still appealing even when you have a primary stat, but heroes without a primary stat,
all of them are good.
The bonuses of an item that's balanced to be bought by heroes with a primary stat. You know what I'm saying? So
yes.
we have like something fundamentally just a little off in the game, and I don't think we're there yet, even with this nerf, but it was a good step. Actually,
I thought the universal heroes got buffed, actually. They got more damage per growth, because it used to be one stat gave you 0.6 damage, now you get 0.7. So they got, but I mean, some of their base damage was reduced to sort of like, like you said, compensate for the fact that you are going to grow much more. But it is crazy. I was looking at Voice Spirit, he gets 5.5 damage a level. I don't think that is absolutely
so good.
Right? Like, no wonder, because the moment the patch came out, people were like, Voice Spirit, Echo Saber Deso, and you just shred people. And you're like, what? That is crazy. Because you look at the last patch, he was getting something like 2.8 damage a level or something. Like, his doubles. It's kind of wild. And I do think that we'll be getting, I think Snare said, by the time we're at TI, we're at 7.33 D or F, sorry, E or D, because there will be some sort of letter patches needed to make sure everything is going to go well. And I think actually we do. I'm hearing a draft. I don't know if production will give us the draft or not, but I'm hearing it. I'm hearing the sweet whispers of heroes being banned.
I do as well. And after, I can already give you a spoiler of the draft for anybody who watched the DPC yesterday. We saw a Medusa getting absolutely clobbered. That was a lot of fun. I greatly enjoyed seeing Skeeter go splat. And that does mean that she's not in the first bans today anymore. Whereas yesterday, nobody wanted to try it out, not risk it even after the nerf. You don't want to be the person who said we can beat Medusa and then got clobbered. But now she is being let through, and I don't think we'll see her in the first phase.
That's the funny thing, right? It's like a couple of times Medusa loses, and suddenly everyone was like, She's not as good as I thought. She lost. I'm like, every hero loses, but no one ever goes, oh, Rubik is bad just because he lost. But it's like Medusa, that's her shame. She's not allowed to lose. It's kind of like Lina, sort of at the very tail end of 7.32. I don't know, one of the letters, where she was like starting to fall off a little bit. People were like, oh no, she's not as good. And Thailand, they do open up with the Doom. Main map will be opening up with Rubik, which is a support. I'm not too into the Rubik, even though he is becoming one of those heroes who also buys a Pavis and a Glimmer Cape, just protects allies. Like, feels like a lot of supports are Pavis, Glimmer Cape, a lot of offlaners are Pipe and Crimson. That's like your job now.
Yes, that is your job description. Now, the reason why I think the Rubik is here is because he's a phenomenal pick versus 2 picks that are very popular in the first phase right now. He's great versus... Oh, well, there she is. Look at that. Myanmar intent on proving me wrong. You go. Anyway, Rubik. Very good versus Beastmaster. And very good versus Crystal Maiden. So... it is definitely a support that if you don't want either of those heroes, you can pick that up and take a bit of the pull of the enemy away. Now, Thailand has decided to still go for the Crystal Maiden because her mana engine is something that Rubik won't take away from you. But yeah, we're going to see a bunch of Frostbite steals and we're going to see a bunch of Freezing Field steals.
Another thing is that I also think Rubik is a little underrated against Doom. It's very easy to steal the Doom because a lot of time you Scorched Earth, blink in, Doom a target. Very easy to do that, to steal it. And even if you steal Devour, that, like, especially level 4, you get a bunch of extra gold, a couple of Devours coming out, especially if you have the cooldown reduction talent. It's very valuable. And actually, yeah, it is really useful if you can get it. So he's good against both of these heroes. Really nice. And they do go for the Medusa. They straight away go for the best mana burners in the game. Anti-Mage, who naturally has it, and Phantom Lancer, who with a Diffusal Blade, you know, all the targets, you burn your mana very fast. Some people were posting some of the ideas of heroes you can pick against Medusa. Oracle's an interesting one, because the Purifying Flames doesn't heal you. You don't get the health bonus, because it's health. But you do take the damage from it. Yeah, the regeneration is kind of pointless for you. So I was like, that is an interesting approach to it.
It is. I also was told by Reddit that Elder Titan actually Medusa doesn't wake up from the sleep because she's not losing any health.
Wouldn't that also mean that Bane's Nightmare would also be equally good, because the same concept, right? Like, I mean,
you might be right.
I mean, right? I mean, like, that would be the logic. If it's because she can't, you know,
I will check that.
Yeah, well, we'll just go. I love how we'll have lobbies where we can check anything we want. So, but yeah, that would make sense to me that Bane's sleep would also keep her, if it's about, you know, the sleep itself. Thailand, they do get rid of the Underlord. Do not want to go. Firstly, great for the Rubik. Like, Firestorm is absolutely amazing, and Aura Carrier. Myanmar still doesn't have one. Doom, I'm still seeing people go one of two ways, you know, where they go for the Hand of Midas, Blink, BKB, Aghanim Scepter, and some of them go like, you know, the Guardian Greaves, Crimson, and there's like two schools of thought here. But I'm just surprised to see him first picked. He has been falling off, like, not falling off, but nerfed and nerfed and nerfed and nerfed and nerfed. Like 4 patches in a row now.
Yeah. I mean, we're going to be seeing the Vanguard into Octarine build, though, I think. Ooh, Bounty Hunter. Interesting. I mean, very strong hero right now, right? You get to do a lot in the landing stage as well. You move around on the shadows of the map, steal everybody's, you know, wisdom runes, use the gates to teleport between lanes. He is very much in that, you know, Klink's Mirana kind of line where he makes a lot happen on the map thanks to the extra map mobility that you get. And he's very mobile and elusive, something that like a Medusa lineup, they're going to be sitting around their Medusa.
There's one thing though about the Bounty Hunter is that he doesn't fare very well against Medusa. You walk up to her, she throws a snake at your face, slows you down. If you pick up like a Jakiro on your side, suddenly Bounty Hunter is so bad as a position for. I mean, he's one of my most played heroes. There are matchups like when you're up against 2 range heroes, it's a nightmare to play the Bounty Hunter. Even an Undying will be able to get like the double decay. And there's a bit of trivia for you that I learned today. I know the Bounty Hunter, his level 15 talent, the minus 25% damage taken when you're Shadow Walked. And I was thinking, does this apply with the Aghanim shot if you Shadow Walk an ally? And it turns out it does. So you do have that 25% damage reduction on allies. I was like, that's pretty damn powerful. That is a really good save. Yeah.
It's some proper utility for a hero that had exactly 0 of it.
What? He could track and shuriken a creep and interrupt the TP scroll. That was useful 1% of the time. You know? Meanwhile, Myanmar, they go with the Bat Rider as well as a Clockwork. I wouldn't say Clockwork counters the Bounty Hunter as much as something like a Jakiro in the lane, but he's still also not fun to deal with.
The great Bounty Hunter. I mean, he's always going to be carrying the dust and following you around the map, and if you ever show yourself, you're going to get hook shot and focus down.
Yeah, I'm thinking in Myanmar they'll need an. I would prefer if this was a mid bat rider, and you pick an off laner with the auras. Because I'm looking at Myanmar side, I'm like, I see good Pavis and and Glimmer buyers. I don't see an aura carrier. And as much as that is boring and something that is like, oh man, auras, they are vital. You know, when one team has auras and the other team doesn't, you know, even net worth, the team with the auras is going to win. Like that's just hands out and hands down. And this is one of a good counter to the Medusa, because when you make illusions, you get a very powerful, you know, free Medusa illusion that you can use. So I'm liking the Terrorblade, and a pretty good Sunder target as well, right? Because she's always gonna have full health, and you're gonna have, when you go down, you just Sunder her.
Oh yeah, she does like building BKB. It's all very nice. This is a very classically farmy matchup, though. Like whenever you see Dusa versus TB, it's like, all right, boys, get your
40
neck
minutes.
pillows. Get your drinks, 40 minutes plus, yeah. That's a possibility. And they will now have to ban out the darks here themselves, get rid of the normal punch, which is absolutely devastating.
And what else is there that could buy auras? Tidehunter did receive, you know, I think he was picked or banned once or twice yesterday, so people are like, yeah, he's good. You have Magnus as well. I think that's a solid aura carrier. They get rid of the Tinker, so they're really hedging their bets on it being, you know, it could be a mid, it could be an offlaner, because we don't know. Batrider is that very flexible hero that we've seen coming out. All right, what can you imagine if they go something like Clockwork off lane? I hope not, but you know that he's a universal hero. You know, and those are very strong from what I've been told. He gets, by the way, he gets something like 3.4 damage a level or something. It's wild. He's got like more damage than PL.
Yeah, it's pretty stupid. But on the other hand, he's up versus a Terrorblade in this lane. I don't think that's actually, like, you're not going to feel that good about it. And in general, I think this is kind of a hard lane. You know which hero they could get that can also build auras? They could get themselves a Death Prophet off lane. That's what they could do. And that would fill a lot of niches here. Like, the AoE Silence is also really good versus this lineup. You still deal damage while doomed as long as your ult is going. You provide AoE team fight. I just sold myself on this hero, I think.
I know, right? Like, when we talk with Conviz, yeah, Doom is not really good against some of the transformation heroes, or heroes that have like this long active ability. Death Prophet, Terrorblade, when he metas, is also like, well, he already meta'd. So yeah, it's, you disable them, they still have spells they want to use, but it's not the biggest deal. Yeah. Myanmar down to it. They do. All right, so it's going to be the mid Void Spirit, the off lane Bat Rider. You want Bat Rider and Rubik against the Terrorblade. Terrorblade, not a.
Sorry, Atama, this could be an offlane Void Spirit. Syria pulled that versus Jordan, and when the supports left the lane, the Void Spirit with a Vanguard, like the TB could absolutely do nothing against him. He bullied the TB completely out of lane, and was after that the same kind of like the offlaner playing mid that you would expect from a Void Spirit, with the deso, with the physical damage. It was quite a thing. So I'm hedging my bets here. This might still be an offlane Void Spirit and a mid Bat Rider.
All right, we'll put lunch on it. All right, if it's a mid Bat Rider. Burgers. All right. I like burgers, and they do take the Storm Spirit here, which does pretty decently against both of these heroes. But you know what I think is a Bat Rider mid, because they banned the Queen of Pain, which is seen as a classic counter to the Bat Rider. So I do, So, oh crap! That means you might be right. Shit! It might be Void Spirit off lane. Oh no! I don't want that. Why? Oh. What's the cheapest burger in your country? Yeah, what's the cheapest one? What's the one that's across the street from your house? You know, I'll vend more for like $5. That's enough, right? That's enough for the cheapest burger.
That's enough for a cheap ass cheeseburger, yes.
So, which team do you think that is gonna take it? I mean, if I'm not mistaken, Thailand must have beaten Myanmar before, right? Because Myanmar beat Philippines. And Philippines beat Thailand, like, you know, the rock paper scissors of the world is like that. So because Myanmar beat Philippines, they had to have lost to Thailand, and so I don't know. I think Thailand is the better team. I feel like they're. I don't want to be mean to Myanmar, but their victory against Philippines was because Philippines threw the match. So I'm gonna go with Thailand, almost regardless of the draft. It feels like that's a bit mean to say.
Yeah. Yeah, because if you go purely on draft here, I do really enjoy this Void Spirit pick. Then again, though, Storm Bounty with the CM engine behind it, that ain't half bad either. These drafts are honestly very equal, and I think a lot of what I would say it comes down to, if I'm looking purely at draft, is that I still don't know how strong or weak this Medusa is. The important part here is that they don't actually have a diffusal blade builder over on the side of Thailand. Like, they just haven't bothered to do that at all. They haven't picked a Nyx assassin either. So they're going to go straight up against a hero with basically double EHP, right?
Yes, but you know,
yeah,
you could get the Satyr Mind Stealer. I mean, it did get buffed. It does something like 20 plus 4 times your intelligence as damage. And it's mana burn. It's damage and it's like a mana. So it could work. I'm gonna have to check exactly, but it did get buffed. The Satyr Mind Stealer to how much does it do? I don't know if that's really the path you want to go with. I feel like that's way too much. Let's see. It does.
It's a bit gimmicky, isn't it?
It's very gimmicky. It burns mana and deals damage equal to the mana burned. It's not bad. It's 35 mana plus 4 times your intelligence. Like that's like that is, and it's on a what 4-second cooldown. I know. No, okay, it's 18-second cooldown. Never mind, because I was about to say it's pretty good because of the fact that you can, you know, Nyx assassin wise, he's so good against Medusa because Mind Stealer has low cooldown. But no, this is 18 seconds. You're gonna get it maybe once, maybe only, maybe twice during the fight. No way, 3 times. It's not pretty good though. 4 times mana, pretty good, pretty good. It's mana burn.
Yeah,
I don't know.
Maybe the Doom will pick one of those up. It's worth a try.
I mean, right? It feels pretty good if you have a bit more mana drain. Like just it is not enough. But I mean, Medusa, how much is mana? She gets 3.7 intelligence per level. Like you can get pretty decent mana burn. So what did we say? We said if it's mid Void Spirit, I'm right. Mid Batrider, you're right. Correct?
Yes.
Well, I'm pretty sure that Loose 40 is their offlaner. So I'll be sending you this.
Yeah, I see.
Yeah,
I will be sending you a nice cheeseburger.
Yeah, I'll be sending you a receipt for a burger that like my whole family was there. You know, like it's just gonna be me.
Oh yeah,
they're a giant thing.
You and your family and your aunts and uncles all went to McDonald's.
Yes, and Kim's paid for it. You know, you're very popular. Meanwhile, it looks like the matches. 3 bounties do go to the Radiant side. Unfortunately, Dire gets the first blood, so it kind of evens out. You know, 3 bounties, but you get first blood for Myanmar here. So fairly even start, I'd say.
Exactly, and that was a first blood straight up mid laner on mid laner. So the Void Spirit is going to have a pretty decent start here. Like he's going to be able to send his bottle in before the first creep wave is even over here. Boop,
oh yeah, so he got it. Yeah, and Sorcerer still needs about 400 gold to get his. So there is a quite you know, there's like that adds up. That you can spam a lot more with the bottle. You can take a lot more harass. And unfortunately for Thailand, that's not going to be happening. But Myanmar, you know, we were just saying we kind of believe Thailand's going to take it. And Myanmar, they keep clawing their way into like a pretty good situation and then using that to snowball into the game.
Denied.
I don't know why they picked the Clockwork. I know you were praising it as a good bounty hunter like Chaser, and I agree. But if it was a 4, I'd like it more. I don't like it as a lane matchup. Like, you already had the Rubik, then you could have just committed to something else. Oh, look at that.
I mean, he's making some arguments for himself here. That's a
sure.
lot of damage.
And he's got Scorched Earth, is he able to get it off the time? We don't know, we'll find it later. But meanwhile, Terrorblade loses his life, so it's a 1-for-1 trade across the map.
Yeah, it benefits to the Rubik lane there as well, or I should say the Batrider lane. And that is all 3 lanes off of the Myanmar side getting off to a really good start here.
It's a kill on every core, you know, every core is falling down, and that's a big deal. But bottom lane Terrorblade, he does come back with the meta, but doesn't really look like he's going to be able to do too much. Crystal Mania has a level 2 Frostbite, but can't hold down the Bat Rider long enough for the Terrorblade to, smack him down like a few times. And overall, Myanmar looking pretty happy. Look at the CS as well. Bottom 2 of the course, Terrorblade and Devour and Doom, but not by much. It's a small advantage.
No. In the next couple of minutes, we're going to see how well they will press the advantage that they have now, because that is really what Dota is about, right? Gaining minute advantages and then exploiting the hell out of them. Push it to the limit. And
that is it.
If you're not good enough.
Denied.
Like push it to limit. I'm like that reminds me of a song I used to hear in the gym, but it was like the gym itself made that song. I was like, push it to the limit.
This song.
They made this. I will find it for you. I swear to God, I will find it to you and I'll send it to you after this game is over.
Really?
Yes,
There's a very famous song that goes like that as well.
Oh my God! What if it's the same song and I'm just so an ignoramus who didn't know that? But in the meantime, Myanmar, they're having a pretty solid start for them in all 3 lanes. Mid, they got first blood on the Void Spirit. Side lanes were getting kills. And Bounty to loses his life again. That's what's that? 2 kills for the Medusa right now. 2-0 and 1.
Yeah.
What a start!
Yeah, that's gonna feel really good for her, and she's got the level 2 in the Mystic Snake now as well, which really makes both of these melee laners against her unhappy, and they will stay unhappy right up until the Doom gets his Vanguard. At which point, I do think he can be left alone in this lane, and the Bounty is gonna go roaming.
By the way, check it out. Bat Rider has no points in Sticky Napalm. Only going 2 points into the Firefly, 1 point into the Flame Break. Very unusual. Of course, it makes sense. You do not want to give charges away, but it's also a very unusual skill belt lane.
Yeah, especially because it messes with your... Oh no. Not another kill on mid.
Oh yes, that it's happening. Or not?
Storm Spirit dead just before level 6. That means the Void is going to have his 6 earlier, and the Storm might even need a babysitter because they would most definitely like to kill him again. He's barely level 5 right now.
Yeah, it's a very scary situation to be in if you're Storm. He's going to be hitting 5 right now, but Void Spirit's already there. And look, dude, I mean, I did not think that Myanmar will be pressuring Thailand this hard. Kills on every lane. Look at the Doom. He's gonna have Vanguard now, but still he's been taking a lot of heat. He's still pretty low health with a Ring of Health on him.
Yes, yeah, but I do think it comes at a sacrifice, especially if you look at this Bat Rider here, who most likely will go down now with the rotations of the Bounty Hunter, as expected. And now if you want to farm outside of your lane as this Bat Rider, you haven't actually taken any points in the Napalm. You're going to have a hard time bringing down any neutrals.
Yeah, I mean, it's not like he took a point at level 4. He took another point in Flame Break. So, yeah, his ability to farm is very limited. And I feel like at level 5, at least, you gotta get Sticky Napalm so you can spam it a bit. But even then, what it's like even then you maxed out by what? 9, right? Not exactly ideal.
Yeah. It's going to really hamper your ability to get anything else than what you're getting in the lane. And the lane creep gold gain has also slightly been nerfed. You get a little bit more out of the jungle these days. It's all...
I told you a storm was coming.
Yeah, they don't quite scale. Okay. They don't scale like they used to, unfortunately. But a good kill for Thailand, getting Rubik out of the map. And the important thing is that Fearless was the one who got on the Storm Spirit. I gotta say, right now, Thailand slowly taking that advantage back into their side. Obviously, with the Doom, should be able to have net worth advantage, but slowly getting. He's actually maxing out Devour. Already has level 3 in it, and mid lane.
Greedy boy.
To be fair, I mean, you are against a Medusa, so I see the point in that you're thinking, listen, they're gonna be farming,
like Infernal Blade doesn't do anything. Oh god!
Yeah, I mean, that's the funny thing, right? Infernal Blade against Medusa. I remember I saw this once in a match. If I saw like he goes up in Infernal Blade, and you think, oh right, 4% of nothing is nothing. Meanwhile, the nice move by the Bat Rider gets the Wisdom Rune and zones out the Bounty Hunter at the same time. Bounty Hunter takes that gives them such a huge advantage in terms of experience for the Portan, because then he gets close, at least level 5 on the bounty. You get that track, fairly early, 9-10 minutes, and then you can really snowball. Like, that's the scary thing. You can go very heavy on greed if you get all these track kills as well.
Yes. And that is you have a Storm Spirit as well, who he's recovering from his laning stage, but like track plus Storm is going to be your main method of getting pickoffs in this game. You want that mechanic up as fast as possible.
By the way, not only is Doom going for the max Devour, which, you know, can't say anything about that, but he's also going for Hand of Midas. So the greed is ultra greedy. You know, he has a Vanguard, that's true. Yeah, Vanguard 10 Midas, but greedy, you know, like he wants the gold.
I mean, I guess you can frontline for quite a long while right now with the item that you have, and the fact that you're a Doom, you're naturally tanky, but still, you're delaying your Octarine and like your proper impact in the game by quite a lot by getting this Midas in between.
I mean, yeah, it's a little bit much. I want to see what Bounty Hunter goes for. He's got, I'm thinking Tranquil Boots. He's going to go for it. And then he has Orber-Venom, has a wand. That's about it. Like, I've seen some of them go for like the Pavis. Phylactery has been very popular. You can also go for
Phylactery is the novel build, right?
It's fun. Some people are like, oh, when you track people, they'll know you're around. I'm like, yeah, but when I track people, it shows an icon on them. like. I'm sorry. Did you think it was like a stealthy thing before? It was pretty obvious.
I'm sure those are people. Yeah, I'm sure those are people who wonder why Chen is getting picked. It's like he just has a bunch of creeps. They don't look at the bar where there's like 8 buff icons.
Why am I doing no damage? But you know who's taking a lot of damage? There you go. Crystal Maiden takes Lion X, takes all the damage, and loses his life. But he might pay for it himself.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire are scanning.
Just a little more. The CD between those steps, man, it's always just a little too long. He would have lived right now.
That's 28. It's very, yeah. If you use up one charge, you're going in with one because you want 2 charges, one to go in, one to go out, and you use both just for the damage. And I paid the price for it. Lei is getting close to that. Lei might be in trouble. They do get the frostbite, but Rain decides not to go for it. Lasso comes out. This Storm doesn't have a whole lot more, but might be just enough to get that one jump off. And looks like can they chase him down? He does get the jump, but the Ruin is stolen. And Clockwork is here. He's always been very good at getting the right place at the right time. Meantime, they do lose the Storm Spirit. They're going to go for the Bounty Hunter as well. Double kill coming out for real life here. Used that one step that he had very well in that situation.
And now they have a catapult rocking up to this mid tower. That is great timing for Myanmar once again. Whether or not that's intentional, we can't exactly say, but they have 4 heroes here, and this tower is going to go down.
All on purpose. Don't you worry. All on purpose. You know, these are pros. Nothing is a coincidence. They planned everything. Even when the ruins come. Actually, someone was saying that the ruins now have to spawn like. You know exactly what ruins are going to spawn, almost. You know, it's like it has to be the set, it has to be all one of each. You know, illusion, double damage, haste, regen, shield, and then invisible, then like does it again. So if you can keep track of what came out, you will know what's coming out next, which is pretty wild.
It's a little bit like counting cards. It gets easier as it goes along.
Yes.
And then it flips back into being really hard.
Once you get the 6th one, you're like, oh great, now the next one I have no real idea. You know what can be. And Rubik, he stole the Shuriken toss. Bounty Hunter alive. Still a lot of Bounty Hunters. I know they Max and John was the standard, but some of them are also going Max Shadow Walk as well for the stun. They're posturing around the Medusa, but decide not to go for it. They go for a much juicier target, and no track, unfortunately. So you don't really. These are nice kills, but Bounty Hunter is still level 5. Doesn't in 12 minutes? Does he not realize that this is patch C? What's he doing?
What's he doing? Well, he's waiting for the Medusa to give him level 6, obviously.
Stealing half the
experience. Follow her around all the way.
Here's a question. I mean, even on professional teams, I gotta ask: do the pros know that someone's there, sapping their experience? They walk around, and they're like, "Yep, I'm getting half." You know, there's someone invisible next to me, or is it like, nah? They notice the gold
Radiant's
only.
bottom tower is under attack.
It's usually the gold only. Like I've had once or twice people call that somebody was sitting next to them, most likely, but it was not always a successful call.
Yeah, it's rare.
And
It's rare.
It's
Like
hard to react to. It's very
you don't
rare.
know.
I can remember like 1 or 2 times.
Yeah, I feel like it will be pretty random. By the way, check out Terrablaze. He is going for Diffusal. We talked about who would get Diffusal, and Terrablaze is like, I'll be the one who gets it for the team. And why the hell not? I mean, I feel like it's almost a necessity. There's, like Scotty gives you nothing against the Medusa because she doesn't care about life regeneration, but mana burn is pretty vital. And Bounty Hunter finally just hits level 6.
Finally. Yeah, and that
Finally.
TV, right? I mean, you want stats on that hero because you're super fragile versus magical damage. But the magic damage on the enemy side, they have a decent amount, especially with the Bat Rider, with the lasso, right? But the Flight Spirit is mostly going to be contributing physical with the new builds.
Yep.
It is not the worst lineup to run a Diffusal Blade TV into. Mind you, that still doesn't feel good. Could be worse.
Yeah, plus I mean, TB,
Scan them.
he goes for Manta. He has his own illusions. Like you do get a lot of extra sources of mana burn. And they know? They know. They find him. Ooh, nice dodge. The sidestep comes out, gets the silence off, and suddenly the hunter is the hunted. Myanmar decide, let's go back. All right, and pretty good for Thailand. That's a lot of time wasted. That's a smoke wasted. Meanwhile, they are going for the very many years. A lot of people wasted their time. And check out what they're going for. They're going for double Pavis. By the way, is it pronounced like Pavis or is it like Pavis? Like which one is it? I'm pretty sure it's Pavis.
I do Pavis, but that's because I'm a snooty European.
Okay, because I was like saying it with a bunch of like on my first cast and then in your patch I was like Pavis with like a bunch of Asian casters and we're like, yeah, we guess that's how it's supposed to be. Oh, and we know what's supposed to happen is a bounty hunter on the cliff does get a bit of steal with the Janada but loses his life in the end. And was that a stolen shadow? Oh, this was Shadow Walk. Rubik Shadow Walk, pretty good stability now that you have a stun on it. You can't hit someone from out of nowhere. Get the stun, solid.
And you're ranged, like that's always it's almost like you're throwing a Stormhammer at them out of nowhere.
Yeah, it's like a magic missile almost. On the top lane, they are going to go for Void Spirit. This doesn't seem like they're going to be doing too much. I have not seen a single Doom so far. 15 minutes in, not a single Doom came out, but he is after Hand of Mice. He looks like he's going to go back for all the auras. Already has a pipe, by the way. He's going to go for a Greaves after. So.
Damn! Gonna really appreciate that.
Yeah, right? Like,
all right, fine. You get that Midas, boy. You get that bread.
You get
buy
2
those
Midases
auras for your team.
Eat the cake. We're fine with it. But
yes, have your cake and eat it too.
And on Myanmar's side, I gotta say, I'm not feeling the Bat Rider much. I mean, it's not like he's doing anything bad. Just really haven't felt the Bat Rider's presence. The net worth seems to showcase that. Whereas Thailand, you're kind of okay the fact that Fearless is not having... He's a very sacrificial mid, like he plays this... he tends to have the lowest net worth among all the cores, and he's very comfortable with it. He just... he relies on the other two to make space, and he knows what he's doing. He's a Grand Master Storm Spirit. He's one of what rank... I'm not exactly sure what he's rank. I think he's rank 4 in Southeast Asia. He's pretty damn impressive.
It's very...
Radiant's bottom tower.
Dude knows how to play Dota.
Yeah, he's a little on the poor side though this game, and I think a lot of it has to do with the track coming online late. That's a long jump for not a whole lot.
Their blade comes bottom. What is he going to do? I mean, you gotta do something. No shot comes out. It looks like they are going to be bringing down the clock. No, he stays alive, but they do get the track off, so it's maybe even more valuable. And looks like the Rubik is going to be able to make a nice steal of the jump. So it's a 1-for-0 trade. Medusa forced to use the ultimate, and now in Thailand, can they chase out? They want more blood. And beautiful flame break, Storm, big zip in, a little off, but he has the mana to go for more if he chooses to.
He's got a DD as well, like one zip. Yeah, he can't. Oh, no! That is weird. Not quite done it yet.
He doesn't need, who needs gold when he can just do that? And look at the tracks coming out. There's I think 2 track kills so far. The Clockwork and the Rubik. They're gonna go for more. And
can they do so? Look at the mana melt.
It helps. But he's melting as well, actually, and he doesn't have the Thunder. He might be losing his life here. Nice cog onto the Medusa. Does fall first, but they do get the Terrorblade in the end. And now the Doom is here. He's a very tanky boy with all the auras, but not tanky enough. So far, it was a good win for Thailand in the beginning. But in the end, Myanmar is cleaning house. One last person left. Can they get him? He does. I mean, that is quite a statement he makes with showing up like that and cleans house with a triple kill. Well played by Myanmar in the comeback. Thailand, look, they started off really strong, by the way. They got 2 track kills for nothing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think there was probably 3 track kills total in that fight. Maybe 4, actually. I think the Medusa also had it on her. But that use of the Doom was a little bit panicked. As much as his positioning was good in that fight, the Doom just like lost his nerve a little bit there. I was like, oh lord, the Medusa is not dying. I need to Doom her. And Void Spirit says, thank you, sir.
I can go in now.
Over, and now the Doom has... Yeah, exactly. Here, really nice Rubik dodge. And that forces them to go in all the way over on the side here. Gets the Storm into a really rough position. And they're all marching for that Medusa now.
I think the Bat Rider is also... But it looks like it's going to be a track kill for them, and as the Medusa here. Does she get tracked at the very end here? Not seeing it. He just... Yeah, I think... I don't know how to tell, but I think he did get the track off. And yeah, very nice counter-attack by Myanmar at the very end here. Because it was like 2 track kills for nothing. That would have been a nice win for Thailand. They still have a tiny net worth advantage, but Doom is dead with the Hand of Minus available. And check it out, he went for the toughness aura. Oh, I know. You know, I play a lot of support Doom, which I know sounds like a grief, and it almost is, but it kind of works. If you get... yeah, there's a lot of good auras.
Yeah. Like listen,
the
Zayats does it, and the Zayats can do no wrong in my eyes, so...
right? I mean, to be fair, some supports, and they play Slarks, like professional support, they play Slarks, so...
Yes.
And it's okay, guys.
Like,
I swear
other
I'll buy
people
wards.
are worse is no defense, Otomo.
Can you imagine? You pick Slark and you're like, don't worry, guys. I swear after my Aghanim Scepter, I'll buy a ward. You're like, yeah. No need, bro. Just keep farming. Oh, look at that. Level 2
Surrounded by cores right now, but they're going in for the kill on the Bat Rider anyway. He will definitely die because the backup from Myanmar has already dissipated. They decide, okay, they're also going to get a killer of their own, but not before yet. That's 2 heroes dead now on Myanmar, and the backup is still flowing in. The Storm Spirit jumping forward. Rubik still has that zip. Will get out for now, but that means they're leaving behind their Void Spirit. Is he going to make it? I don't think so.
Big kill.
And that was a very decisive track kill fight.
Did you see, like, the Void Spirit by himself without anything already gave 1100 gold. Now you put a couple of tracks. I know that they tracked the the clockwork, but yeah, it's just Myanmar. They reached a little bit too far and they lost their lives here. And the net worth, Bat Rider continues to be last place, but the Bounty Hunter is starting to get more and more. He's already got Assange. He's going to go for the Heaven's Halberd, which once you put on the Medusa for 5 seconds, she's going to be, doing nothing. Like, there's nothing she can do. Yeah, you really need her to dish out the damage. I feel like Void Spirit, I don't think he doesn't fall off like he used to, but he's not going to be enough to chew through all the enemies.
No, he will not. So, yeah, really enjoyable itemization there. And the Medusa herself has the butterfly online, right? Because she knows that the only damage that's going to be dealt is going to be done by the TB, who is going to be annoyed because not only does the Fusel Blade, not fit into his regular item buildup, but neither does the MKB. He needs stats. He's not getting to buy them.
Tracks coming out here. This is very scary. And we jump in, a nice hook shot on the Crystal Maiden. You really want to get out of the fight, but unfortunately the Cogs push her out. So not really the ideal situation. Falco might be paying for his life. In the meanwhile, so I see Storm jumping in and out, but it's a bit scared too. You can't really go man fight here. The Doom comes out on the Medusa again. And the stolen Doom. It was used on the Terrorblade. So Terrorblade is now a target. We talked about this. very easy to steal the Doom, but can they chase the Terrorblade, bring him down as well? You see the voice spirit, he wants to, and they are going to be able to find him. Oh, the Dooms have been an absolute disaster this game. Getting the Doom as well as the Terrorblade, all the cores are down. Myanmar, it looked like it was kind of bad with the Clockwork cogging the Crystal Main away, but stolen Doom, Terrorblade does nothing, and Doom is wasted. You don't want to do Medusa.
Is under attack.
No, absolutely not. She's not going to do anything. She's simply going to stand there and deliver like she was already. And you could see how much trouble they were having working around that constant physical AoE damage. They really didn't want to do anything until the TB marched up, but then the TB was also taking too much damage because, yeah, he doesn't have a lot of stats right now.
And another thing is that we're seeing that Doom, he went for the toughness aura, which is nice, but he doesn't have a Crimson Guard, and the Crimson Guard is incredible against the Medusa. Like, you really need it to reduce, like, she's doing slightly less damage anyway, she's only doing like 95%. You get the Crimson Aura, you can reduce the damage by what, like 100 per hit or something like that? I'm sure someone good at math will be able to. It is, and him, he's not going for it. He queued up an Octarine, then he's like, okay, no. Now he's going for BKB. I disagree with his item choice. He's a great player, and I love him, of course. But not sure that his item choice is the right one, this
Dire's
one.
middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, we were so happy to see him immediately move into the auras, right? But then picks the Guardian Greaves over the Crimson Guard, which is just
Dire's
baffling in my opinion. Like, sure, that's 4 armor, I guess, and a burst heal. But burst heal is good for just burst damage, and burst damage is not your problem right now. It's getting whittled down by this Medusa.
Yeah, the sustained damage is the issue, and I mean there is an answer for it. There is a Crimson Guard, but
A very popular answer.
I know, like a lot of people are buying it, but
That's a
it's like
ballsy kill.
It is, but they are going to be trading 1-for-1 here, and the last of this come out. It comes out on the Bounty Hunter here, but sorry, I think it was on the Clockwork instead. And sorry, Storm Spirit just bounced out of there just fine.
Is under attack.
And 1-for-1 trade. I think that was a track on the Rubik though, so you know you're a little bit happier, yeah, if you are on the Thailand side.
Radiant's middle tower.
You are,
is
and this
under
Rubik
attack.
has been such a pain in their ass. The Storm Spirit is targeting the Rubik, is one of the supports that he can, you think, most easily pick off, as well as one of the supports that's the biggest threat to him, because the lift is a problem for him. But with the Rubik constantly stealing the zip and giving himself that Pavise shield, and yeah, he just bought an Aeon disc. He knows. He's like, what are you gonna do now, Fear?
And I love the way he also steals it. When Storm jumps in, he instantly lifts him, then steals. He doesn't. Sometimes you steal and he remnants him. You know, you get the stack ripped off and you steal, and you're like, that's a shitty spell. But what he does is he lifts, then steals. Like, he knows exactly that I can't. There's a big risk if I try to steal it while he's like right after he lands. I need to lift him, then get it, and so it shows like this very deep understanding of the animations. You know, you're like, okay, my lift is faster than static remnant. I should lift him first, then steal. So it's very, 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 very clever. Clockwork is going to go for the Solar Crest. This item has been buffed several times now. The recipe cost has been decreased by about 200. It gives bonus movement speed, bonus stats as well. Oh, who cares about that? The Storm, lassoed, and dead again. I don't know.
This is where we're finally going to see the impact of the Bad Rider, by the way. This is why I don't like Bad Rider off. I'd much rather have him over on the mid lane, because he will need farm. He needs his Octarine, he needs his BOTs, and then he needs a Blink Dagger. And now that he has the full kit, he is going to be a constant threat around the map. So with that lasso, you can't BKB out of it. You can't do anything about it. You don't have any saves. And that threat will now make sure to corral the side of Thailand together, because they should be more scared now than ever to split up.
Thailand, like, yeah, I mean, I was all in on Thailand. I was riding the hype, you know. I was like, Thailand, they're gonna, you know, Myanmar's victory over Philippines was, I don't want to say a fluke, but fluky, you know. And now they're like, no, we you know, lightning can't strike twice in a row, twice in the same spot. At that point, it's not really. No incident. It's not something that was random. It's like, nope. Myanmar legit earned their victory, and here right now they're earning it again.
Yeah, like
this
in
is-
order
Top
for
tower is under attack.
an enemy to throw the game against you, you do need to be able to
Radiant
capitalize
structures are
on their
fortified.
mistakes.
Yeah.
If you're not good enough, you sometimes still can't pull it off, and they can throw as hard as they want.
Is under attack.
The
Yes,
result,
be-
Medusa with 40 seconds left on that Aegis on the high ground. I don't think they can do anything. Oh well, that's not it though.
That's the ideal. Jumps in a little bit too far and gets controlled instantly. That was very daring. It's almost like a pub play, you know, where you're pushing high ground, one guy jumps in, tries to get a kill, and you're like, no, all we need to do is hit buildings. We don't need to kill them, we just need to hit buildings. And unfortunately, the Bat Rider does give his life away kind of for nothing. And that's a 1,300 gold because it was a track kill, a level 2 track kill, mind you, an 1,800 experience. And more importantly, that push completely is done. You can't push now because of that. So, gotta say, Thailand, unfortunate what just happened. So I mean,
Yeah,
Myanmar.
that was. I mean, if it works, right, they get out
It's great.
unscathed otherwise, and if it works, if you get a pick off there, then you probably take the racks. But he was a little trigger happy there. Not gonna lie.
I mean, that's why I wondered. Like, I think he could have done damage at least the range racks, because then you're like, okay, range rack falls, the Aegis expires, you at least get the one half the racks. But a jump like that, 4 versus 5, even with an Aegis, 4 versus 5 is a risk, and at no point has Thailand lost the net worth advantage. And they are still doing well in terms of gold. And interestingly enough, Myanmar is the one with the win advantage, 56% according to Lord Gaben. Hey, I gotta ask, have you ever met Gaben? Have you ever been like in the same room as him or something?
Have I ever been in the same room as Gaben? I might have been in like an elevator with him once.
Oh,
Dire are
I've been
scanning.
in a couple of elevators with like a ridiculous net worth, but I'm not sure actually. So if you'd like press me on it, I'd say no.
Dire's top tower is under
I mean, imagine if you did talk to me, you'd be remembered. Like, yes, talk to Gaben. Yeah, I sneezed and he gave me a $100 bill to wipe my nose. Something like that. Like, that he uses them as tissue. Looks like they did kill a Tormentor, and the shard goes to the Crystal Maiden this game. I don't know if that's better or not, because I imagine Bounty Hunter, if you get it, you can Shadow Walk like the Terrorblade if he's doomed. You can Shadow Walk a Doom, allowing him to just sort of get close to the enemy and get a Doom off. Like, I don't know if the extra... I like it, don't get me wrong. I think Freezing Field Shard is really good. 20% more damage and you
it
move?
is.
Fantastic. But is it better than the Bounty Hunter in this situation? How do you feel?
No, I don't
No?
think so. But this is once again one of those things that like it would be overpowered if you could decide, so you can't. But then sometimes you just get, I don't want to say screwed, right? But it's just that supports that have useless shards right now are not really viable.
Yes!
You'll be wasting a Tormentor, as the TB is also getting absolutely wasted by the initiation here. He was barely there and now it's over.
He did, and poor guy lost his life, and he will be forced to buy back if Myanmar goes up. And I don't think they're going to let this one go. Myanmar is maybe the best team I've seen in this tournament at taking advantage of the enemy's mistakes. It's like, oh, you messed up? Don't mind if I do with my double damage Void Spirit Medusa. I don't know if they want to go all the way bottom to go for an extra access. They might just consider getting the tier 2 mid, but still a huge blow being dealt to Thailand. Fearless, he does steal the haste rune. I like your point about useless shard supports not being picked, like Omni Knight. What the hell is this shard? Like, it's garbage. You heal if you want for 30% of Hammer of Purity. Okay. What?
Yeah.
What's this
If only
garbage?
that spell did something.
If only its cooldown
would be
wasn't,
nice.
I don't know, 3 minutes or something.
Yeah. I want to bring something up about the way that this lineup from Myanmar is constructed, by the way. A Desolator, for a lot of heroes, is not that great of a damage proposition, like in a sense that it doesn't do anything for you in terms of stats, it doesn't do anything for
Yeah.
your team either. Unless you are an AoE physical damage hero who can apply it to multiple heroes, and then you have another AoE physical damage core that can follow up. And this is in the same vein as Ember Spirit Desolator, with heroes like, for example, TB or Monkey King behind him, where you apply the Deso to a bunch of enemies, and then your real core goes to town.
And same thing with like a Mage Slayer.
On the field here.
Right. Oh god,
Exactly.
and are they going to be able to jump? They do jump on the Rubik, they are on this proc, so they're unable to bring him down completely. Nice lasso coming out on the Doom, but he is BKB'd up, so relatively hard to bring down. They use the hook shot, the hook shot as well, but Clockwork, you put yourself in a tough spot. You can't fly away out of that problem. And Roshan has not... Yeah, Roshan has not has spawned, still 50 seconds left, and it's going to be Medusa versus
Mana.
losing. She's losing all of it. She's losing her life as well. The Gorgon has been slayed, and looks like they're going to be can they get more as well? No. The Doom. He doomed. Did you see that? He doomed Batrider as he was teleporting away. Did you click on the Batrider observer, please? Batrider. He's doomed in the base. Yeah, you can see the Batrider. He's doomed in the base. It's. I was like, I heard the sound. I was like, no way. And I see him lift his arm. I was like, it doesn't like. But then I look at him in the fountain. He actually gets doomed on the last second. And,
look at the positioning here, though. All of the Radiant heroes are up there. All of the Dire heroes are down here. They drag this Doom down. They don't get to kill him. And now the Clockwork almost has to go in order to give them any idea of what's going on up there. But he immediately dies. And you can see Thailand just like, oh lord, we gotta hide. We gotta like fortify ourselves around a place where we can make a difference instead. But the Dusa has lost all of her mana by the time that the Void Spirit goes in. And the BKBs are just doing too much work for the side of Thailand. That's a huge win.
oh, we didn't see the Doom come out. You know, come on. Oh, it's not fair. Observer, you cut off the best part. Doom happening in the game itself. Come on. Alright, and Roshan
He clicked on him for you, Otto.
He did. I'm grateful for it. But I'm one of those people who you give him one boat, he says, why don't you give me two boats? Like, why can't I have two?
So we should never allow you in the elevator with Lord Gaben, is what we're saying.
I'll be like, I'll have such a cold, just sneezing nonstop, and he just throws out the $100 bills. That's all he'll be doing. In the meantime, though, Thailand, they have managed to sort of... do we say they're equal? They have a Rax disadvantage, but they're 6,000 gold. The top two net worth are on their side. The Diffusal on the tier play is working. Like, if he can get on top of the Medusa, hit her a few times, it does make a big difference. But is it enough? And hey, check it out, he's got the Disperser. I have not seen this in a pro match yet.
I was about to bring that up.
By the way, you take it over. I'm reading about the site. I'm trying to see what it does exactly.
Yeah. I mean, the fact is that it's mostly like a team item as opposed to like a really big upgrade for the TB himself. But you know, you do get more stats out of it, if not the HP kind of stats that you would want, and more damage.
I gotta say, I don't understand what it says. It says both targeting enemy slows it for 4 seconds. Makes sense. Both movement speed reduction and increase start at 100 and gradually decrease to 0. What does that mean? Both movement speed. I mean, I guess the movement speed reduction is at 100 goes to 0, but what is the both for?
But there is another function there that I can't remember at the moment that also decreases.
Is it attack speed? I mean, like, does it, because it's like movement and attack speed decrease? Because that makes sense to me. And unfortunately,
probably attack speed decrease.
Probably, right? I'm gonna check it out because this makes no sense to me.
Yes, please.
We're
learning here, ladies and gentlemen.
There's a lot to learn. I don't mind with that.
If there was nothing to learn, we wouldn't be in Dota, as we get so, of course, TP to the bottom side of the map. But actually, action is in mid, where, that Aeon Disc is on cooldown. Rubik, once again, destroyed by the combination of the Storm Spirit as well as the Bounty Hunter, who will now also take on that Watcher. Increases vision. He's got the full Boots of Bearing on.
Oh.
That's a great tool versus the Medusa Slow, versus the Batrider as well. And they have found the Batrider, talking about him.
He is tracked
real
up.
Damage.
Here comes. Oh, doesn't get the Shadow Walk hit to go for a beautiful move by the Batrider. I gotta say, he uses the lasso to ensure that he does not get hit by the Shadow Walk stun and loses his life. So well played by him. Thailand now firm control of the game. And I'm sorry, for the last minute I was reading Disperser, and it doesn't say that it reduces the attack speed anywhere. No, nothing. I got nothing. I got nothing for you, kids. I'm sorry. It's seems like
so. Then
seems
it's
like
probably just
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
yeah, just a weird tooltip. Like it got edited at some point and nobody checked it afterwards.
yeah, it has a both, and you're like, okay, well, whatever. And in the meantime, now Myanmar, they are stuck on their side of the map. Thailand, you have the Aegis on the Storm Surfer. You have 9 seconds left, so you want to make sure you get some value out of it. You also got the Shield Druid. Oh, nice hook shots coming out on the clockwork, and they burst him down time, and they are going to be able to straight away lasso him, bring him down. Bounty Hunter has been pretty annoying with his ability to give move vision to his team.
Dire's bottom tower is under
Absolutely, and this Storm Spirit is also rocking the Enchanted Quiver right now, which I think is an interesting pickup. Really focusing on his ability to actually deal right-click damage as well in this game, and specifically like with the True Strike, that must be meant for our friend the Medusa with her butterfly.
Yeah, and
she's rocking an MKB.
the cool thing about it is that it's a 4-second cooldown, so you can after a couple of zips you will be able to have it will be off cooldown, so you get you hit them with a I forgot what was the name of his passive again, with a Overlord
Certain
and
Strike.
yeah.
Oh, the Overload, yeah.
I was like, Certain Strike. Oh, Certain Strike. Sometimes IceFrog really puts interesting names on abilities. Not Certain Strike, but like Seeds of Serenity has an incredibly interesting active ability. Like, I don't know what the name is. It's like Viridis Valoris or something. It's really cool.
Oh, are they doing the Viridius thing?
Yes.
Verdurous Dale. Oh.
Yeah.
Verdure, that's
What'd I miss?
vegetables.
Yeah, I mean, like, right? Like, he goes crazy. And then you have Pavis with, like, Protect. Yeah. That day he was kind of annoyed.
Slardar school of... yeah.
It's like, what is this? Is like Lord Ice Frog? What is this ability that reduces physical damage on allies? What do we call it? Protect. He's like, yes, sir.
It's like, we named the item Pavis, though. I think that something named Pavis would have a really cool... Like also some medieval kind of
like bulwark.
You could do shield formation. Bulwark. No, bulwark is on Mars already. That's a bit of a problem.
That's true. Like Glimmer Cape is Glimmer, the active ability. He's like Glimmer. That's it. It's called Glimmer. I like Aeon this though. Aeon
that's a fairy thing, right?
I mean, what is it called? Shimmer then, or something like that. Glimmer Cape, you have the Shimmer ability. That's kind of cool.
Yeah. Okay, I was thinking about, fairies as in with like AE, fairy, but... Yeah, I should probably call it like glamour then. That is the oldie-timey...
Yeah, I remember glamour from playing the Telltale game. The one that has the Wolf of Wolf Street, I think it was called. It's all about glamour. It's pretty cool. Oh, 3 bounty runes.
Kind of glamour.
Alright, 3 bounty runes coming out for Thailand right now. 50,000 gold advantage for them. They did lose the Aegis, I mean, as in it timed out. And now we're looking at maybe the next Roshan coming out in 1.5 minutes to 4 minutes and a half. It does feel like whatever advantage Myanmar has, yes, they have a bit of a lane advantage, but it's not too much. Dota Plus though believes it's 50-50. It's giving it 48 for Myanmar, 52 to Thailand. I consider that very even game. I don't feel like it's even. It does seem like Thailand's been taking multiple fights in a row now.
They have been, and I do think that the TB versus Dusa matchup is fairly TB flavored eventually.
Yeah.
But he has been forced to go really weird items this game though.
Yeah, I'm also wondering.
He just used the gate, TP to the other side of the map, spawned 2 illusions, going to cut the wave behind the enemy forces that are currently shoving in his top side, and now he's back in base. Why not? The map is a donut, and you can just ignore the fact that it's supposed to be 2D.
I like donuts. Donuts are awesome.
Oh yeah.
I love donuts.
Finland makes some wicked donuts with like a little bit of cinnamon and cardamom flavor, and they're a little tougher than normal donuts. It's really enjoyable.
I feel like the best pastries are in Europe. Like I've had, I haven't traveled all over the world, but all the time I see pastries look really good in European countries. It's like, oh my god, look at, the guy's got a bagel, but looks like the best thing ever. Thailand, they're 5-man smoking, and they might come across a person or two here. Who will they be able to find? Track comes out on the Bat Rider, and Myanmar is like go, sorry, like retreat. Unless the Stormspear wants to jump in, this should be a safe retreat for Myanmar. It looks like it is. And Roshan is going to spawn in about a minute and a half. And he'll spawn on the Radiant side, by the way. It's by the time it comes out, it should be still daytime for a couple of more minutes. Oh,
You know what I just thought?
Yes, bagels.
What do you want to say?
I was gonna say it's unfortunate because that's the Aghanim Scepter, so big advantage if Thailand gets it. Like I much prefer the Radiant Roshan over the Dire Roshan. How do you feel about it?
I think with the heroes that are currently popular, yes, I prefer the Radiant Roshan as well. But once we see a lot of more big team fighters, I think Dire Roshan is going to become more popular again, as they are jumping in on the TV, immediately pops the BKB and will survive the engagement. Dire currently holding the high ground, Doom nearly dead, still hasn't actually spent his ult, but the Medusa is getting laid in on the top side here. No, never mind, she is doing the lane, storming forward. Her mana is nearly out, but I don't think they fully realize that over on the Thailand side, as she gets to walk out again with barely any HP. Team turns, they kill another hero. Didn't even see who died here because they're onto the Rubik again already. No more defensive items. Dusa low, Dusa BKB. Dusa dying? No? TV dying! Oh, he could just not get out, but there is the CM cleaning up with the ultimate and the Void Spirit over on the other side. Bounty tried to TP out, decides better of it. No, his CM's gonna die first, and now he is going to be dead as well. Oh, you were so close! You could have done one or the other, and instead both didn't die. But gem on the deck, we've got the Storm Spirit back in, going ham on the return here. Several buybacks coming out to the Dire, as this Storm Spirit is now
10 buybacks.
With the stolen Doom. That Rider was doomed as well, with Doom that wasn't spent in the first phase of the fight, but Doom himself is now in trouble there in this corner. Can the Radiant capitalize on this? Their Storm Spirit died back, and now their Doom has died back as well. I think one more step.
Might have it. Oh! Managed to blink out, but Void Spirit
steps into the jungle glimmer. No way, right? No, he's
not enough.
That's 2 diebacks. And the Crystal Maiden falls as well. 3 diebacks over on the Radiant side in a fight that I think they could have had if they just laid into the Medusa a little longer. Instead, she's up in their base with the BOTs, Terrorblade, no Metamorphosis. You go try and do something about that, buddy, because all you have here is a Bounty Hunter. And the entirety of the Radiant side, Dire side is coming in on you. BKB pop, TB, turns tail and runs as the cavalry comes in. He is down, he is out, and the Medusa is going to start going for his throne.
I mean, 10 buybacks in one fight, and now it really is Terrorblade and Bounty versus the world. Yeah, it's looking pretty tough. If they could somehow delay this long enough, at least they won't be losing more racks. But Myanmar is like, let's just go straight up throne. Clockwork takes a little bit of damage, but it's not a whole lot. And Terrorblade down to half health, does have the Sunder. Can he get it out in time here? Is able to walk away. Oh god, he's still in 30 seconds. It doesn't matter. Myanmar gets the first victory of the tiebreaker. If Thailand loses to the Philippines, we'll already have our 2 teams advancing. But Thailand on the ropes right now. And kudos to Myanmar. Kudos to Myanmar. What a game. Really well played. Man. It looked like they were about to lose at some point. Like they were not lose, but I mean, they took the racks. Then Thailand was starting to come back in. They had like 15,000 gold, 10 buybacks in one fight. Absolutely wild situation for them. And Myanmar, congratulations, they win the match. Still haven't qualified, but in a very strong spot.
Absolutely, and yeah, Thailand, I feel like they almost did it to themselves a little bit. Like, we didn't saw almost a single good Doom come out during that game. None of them. And that is most of the function of that hero, especially when his itemization wasn't that great either. Very unfortunate there to not really feel a lot of impact from this hero. And that's also kind of the thing, right? All of that gold lead that they had, you mentioned it, they never were ahead in the gold during this game, Myanmar were never ahead in the gold, but there was a Doom and a Bounty Hunter on the opposing side, and they need to be ahead in order to actually have their proper impact on the game through itemization, and they just didn't quite hit that note, I feel.
No, I mean, I see it as well. Like we talked about, why is there no Crimson Guard? Like, why don't we have a Crimson Guard? It is absolutely wild. If you're up against a Luna or a Medusa, or those heroes who do good spread damage, but it's not amazing. It's like it's spread damage, it's not amazing single target. It's like mostly like it's a zone. You don't walk in, everyone takes a lot of damage. You have to get it. It doesn't make much sense to skip getting and he went for Octarine Core BKB. I don't get it at all. He had the toughness aura creep, but guys, bring it up a notch in that situation. Yeah. And I like what Bounty Hunter and Crystal Maiden were doing. You got the Pavis, you got Devon's Halberd. It was great work by the Storm Spirit. Another hero that I thought I didn't see a whole lot of was the Terrorblade. Like there was one fight where he went man to Gorgon with the Medusa, and he was able to shred her. But most situations, it does feel like he struggled.
Yeah, this felt like a pretty hard game for him, and I think most of that was once again due to the itemization, but in this case he couldn't really avoid it. He had to go really weird items this game because of the matchup that he was forced into, and that just meant that he never really felt confident to stand his ground because he didn't have the HP that you normally have on the PB. He didn't have that survivability, and he started to doubt himself. He doubted his ability to go toe-to-toe with that Gorgon, and we saw that be disastrous in the last fight when he backed off of a Medusa who had only about 10% mana left.
Yeah,
that was devastating.
And well, I mean, we've said some of the problems that were on Thailand's end, but for Myanmar, firstly, I love what Lei was doing with the Rubik. He stole so many times. He would steal Ball Lightning, and he was able to steal Doom. Like these are crucial. 2 times he stole a game-changing Doom. I can't remember one of them. I'm sure she did it twice. And of course, every time the Storm Spirit jumps on him, he lifts, takes it, and it's like, you're not going to catch me. Aeon Disc as well, to make sure that they aren't able to burst him down very fast in the fights. I love what he was able to do. Of course, Void Spirit doing so much damage in this game, 19-4, and just the Medusa saying, rushing the butterfly, knowing that you don't want to build an MKB on Terrorblade. It doesn't feel good, but you're kind of forced to, and it's like you get the mana burn, but you also lose 40% of your damage to evasion. So it's a little bit unfortunate.
It is indeed, and that brings us to the end of our first best of 1 here on this decider day for the Southeast Asia region. Myanmar in a good position to go through, Thailand in a position where they have to win the next match or promote the other teams to the LAN portion at Gamers8 in Riyadh. We're going to find out who is going to go onward towards there after a short break. Stay tuned.
the heart of Iași, Romania, the world's top gamers have gathered for the ultimate showdown. IESF brings heart-stopping matches across a variety of gaming genres in an electrifying experience that celebrates the passion and dedication of esports athletes from around the globe. This is more than just a tournament. This is where champions are born, legends are made, and anything is possible. Get ready to witness the ultimate display of skill, strategy, and heart. The IESF World Esports Championship. It's about to take your breath away.
Do you think you've got what it takes? The challenge will be tougher than ever. In 2023, international esports has a new home. Over 100 nations fighting for the championship in a celebration of everything that makes esports great. Who will rise up to the challenge? Who will be the world champion?
In the heart of Iași, Romania, the world's top gamers have gathered for the ultimate showdown. IESF brings heart-stopping matches across a variety of gaming genres in an electrifying experience that celebrates the passion and dedication of esports athletes from around the globe. This is more than just a tournament. This is where champions are born, legends are made, and anything is possible. Get ready to witness the ultimate display of skill, strategy, and heart. The IESF World Esports Championship. It's about to take your breath away.
Do you think you've got what it takes? The challenge will be tougher than ever. In 2023, international esports has a new home. Over 100 nations fighting for the championship in a celebration of everything that makes esports great. Who will rise up to the challenge? Who will be the world champion?
In the heart of Iași, Romania, the world's top gamers have gathered for the ultimate showdown. IESF brings heart-stopping matches across a variety of gaming genres in an electrifying experience that celebrates the passion and dedication of esports athletes from around the globe. This is more than just a tournament. This is where champions are born, legends are made, and anything is possible. Get ready to witness the ultimate display of skill, strategy, and heart. The IESF World Esports Championship. It's about to take your breath away.
Do you think you've got what it takes? The challenge will be tougher than ever. In 2023, international esports has a new home. Over 100 nations fighting for the championship in a celebration of everything that makes esports great. Who will rise up to the challenge? Who will be the world champion?
In the heart of Iași, Romania, the world's top gamers have gathered for the ultimate showdown. IESF brings heart-stopping matches across a variety of gaming genres in an electrifying experience that celebrates the passion and dedication of esports athletes from around the globe. This is more than just a tournament. This is where champions are born, legends are made, and anything is possible. Get ready to witness the ultimate display of skill, strategy, and heart. The IESF World Esports Championship. It's about to take your breath away.
Do you think you've got what it takes? The challenge will be tougher than ever. In 2023, international esports has a new home. Over 100 nations fighting for the championship in a celebration of everything that makes esports great. Who will rise up to the challenge? Who will be the world champion?
In the heart of Iași, Romania, the world's top gamers have gathered for the ultimate showdown. IESF brings heart-stopping matches across a variety of gaming genres in an electrifying experience that celebrates the passion and dedication of esports athletes from around the globe. This is more than just a tournament. This is where champions are born, legends are made, and anything is possible. Get ready to witness the ultimate display of skill, strategy, and heart. The IESF World Esports Championship. It's about to take your breath away.
Do you think you've got what it takes? The challenge will be tougher than ever. In 2023, international esports has a new home. Over 100 nations fighting for the championship in a celebration of everything that makes esports great. Who will rise up to the challenge? Who will be the world champion?
In the heart of Iași, Romania, the world's top gamers have gathered for the ultimate showdown. IESF brings heart-stopping matches across a variety of gaming genres in an electrifying experience that celebrates the passion and dedication of esports athletes from around the globe. This is more than just a tournament. This is where champions are born, legends are made, and anything is possible. Get ready to witness the ultimate display of skill, strategy, and heart. The IESF World Esports Championship. It's about to take your breath away.
Do you think you've got what it takes? The challenge will be tougher than ever. In 2023, international esports has a new home. Over 100 nations fighting for the championship in a celebration of everything that makes esports great. Who will rise up to the challenge? Who will be the world champion?
In the heart of Iași, Romania, the world's top gamers have gathered for the ultimate showdown. IESF brings heart-stopping matches across a variety of gaming genres in an electrifying experience that celebrates the passion and dedication of esports athletes from around the globe. This is more than just a tournament. This is where champions are born, legends are made, and anything is possible. Get ready to witness the ultimate display of skill, strategy, and heart. The IESF World Esports Championship. It's about to take your breath away.
Do you think you've got what it takes? The challenge will be tougher than ever. In 2023, International Esports has a new home. Over 100 nations fighting for the championship in a celebration of everything that makes esports great. Who will rise up to the challenge? Who will be the world champion?
In the heart of Iași, Romania, the world's top gamers have gathered for the ultimate showdown. IESF brings heart-stopping matches across a variety of gaming genres in an electrifying experience that celebrates the passion and dedication of esports athletes from around the globe. This is more than just a tournament. This is where champions are born, legends are made, and anything is possible. Get ready to witness the ultimate display of skill, strategy, and heart. The IESF World Esports Championship. It's about to take your breath away.
Do you think you've got what it takes? The challenge will be tougher than ever. In 2023, International Esports has a new home. Over 100 nations fighting for the championship in a celebration of everything that makes esports great. Who will rise up to the challenge? Who will be the world champion?
In the heart of Iași, Romania, the world's top gamers have gathered for the ultimate showdown. IESF brings heart-stopping matches across a variety of gaming genres in an electrifying experience that celebrates the passion and dedication of esports athletes from around the globe. This is more than just a tournament. This is where champions are born, legends are made, and anything is possible. Get ready to witness the ultimate display of skill, strategy, and heart. The IESF World Esports Championship. It's about to take your breath away.
Do you think you've got what it takes? The challenge will be tougher than ever. In 2023, International Esports has a new home. Over 100 nations fighting for the championship in a celebration of everything that makes esports great. Who will rise up to the challenge? Who will be the world champion?
In the heart of Iași, Romania, the world's top gamers have gathered for the ultimate showdown. IESF brings heart-stopping matches across a variety of gaming genres in an electrifying experience that celebrates the passion and dedication of esports athletes from around the globe. This is more than just a tournament. This is where champions are born, legends are made, and anything is possible. Get ready to witness the ultimate display of skill, strategy, and heart. The IESF World Esports Championship. It's about to take your breath away.
Do you think you've got what it takes? The challenge will be tougher than ever. In 2023, international esports has a new home. Over 100 nations fighting for the championship in a celebration of everything that makes esports great. Who will rise up to the challenge? Who will be the world champion?
In the heart of Iași, Romania, the world's top gamers have gathered for the ultimate showdown. IESF brings heart-stopping matches across a variety of gaming genres in an electrifying experience that celebrates the passion and dedication of esports athletes from around the globe. This is more than just a tournament. This is where champions are born, legends are made, and anything is possible. Get ready to witness the ultimate display of skill, strategy, and heart. The IESF World Esports Championship. It's about to take your breath away.
Do you think you've got what it takes? The challenge will be tougher than ever. In 2023, international esports has a new home. Over 100 nations fighting for the championship in a celebration of everything that makes esports great. Who will rise up to the challenge? Who will be the world champion?
In the heart of Iași, Romania, the world's top gamers have gathered for the ultimate showdown. IESF brings heart-stopping matches across a variety of gaming genres in an electrifying experience that celebrates the passion and dedication of esports athletes from around the globe. This is more than just a tournament. This is where champions are born, legends are made, and anything is possible. Get ready to witness the ultimate display of skill, strategy, and heart. The IESF World Esports Championship. It's about to take your breath away.
Do you think you've got what it takes? The challenge will be tougher than ever.
Hello and welcome back. I know, right? Hello and welcome back to the IESF tiebreakers, day 3 of the tournament. Well, I'm Atoma. Joining me is Kips, and we were just trying to get into the lobby, which is why when you saw us, you're like, oh, what are they doing? Yeah, we were just trying to get in the lobby, right, Kips? That's all we were trying to do.
I swear. Like.
Oh, I think you are. Oh, wait. I unmuted. Yeah, there you go. Continue.
Now you can hear my beautiful voice once again, and I can hear you, and the viewers can hear you, and everything is all right in the world. So we are actually going to be switching over here to the other qualifier that is currently going on, because not just Southeast Asia is getting some tickets to Riyadh signed today, but South Asia also has a lot of work left to do, which means that we're going into a very exciting matchup actually here. We are going to be watching India versus Nepal, which is, I mean, let's face it, right? Based on like population, based on like what I know about like Dota culture, I can't imagine anything else but India being the favorites here.
I mean, I saw India play against Pakistan, and my God, did they just smack them? I mean, like it was just not even close. So this is not a tied match, by the way. This is a qualifier match because this region only sends one team to. They only have one person representing one team representing the region, and it's either going to be India versus Nepal. The winner here qualifies the representative. The loser doesn't get anything for their troubles. So both of these teams undefeated so far, and to be fair though, it did like the gap between India versus Pakistan was pretty wild. So I'm not sure, like, is that because like is Nepal undefeated because they're close to India, or is it because other nations haven't been able to field the right teams? Either way though, India looks very strong. Nepal, we'll be seeing what they can put up. And I was talking to Tara a lot about this, and he was like, my region, he's like, my region, when he is like, my region is very original. He's like, we pick whatever we want, we don't follow the meta. And they would open up with like Disruptor, which was very awkward. They also had different like carries. I think they had a Troll Warlord. They didn't go for aura items as well. It was just very much like we pick what we want. Every player comes in with his own personality about what he likes. At least so in India. And we'll see what they're going to go with. Nepal, starting off with the Keeper of the Light. And correct me if I'm wrong, but this hero seems like he's very popular just because of the heal. Or do you think it's something else that seems to be pushing for him?
I mean, with the current really aura spammy offlaners as well, I think he matches up very well with a lot of them. Like, think of the Beastmasters, think of the Underlords, the heroes that just pressure really hard in lane but otherwise don't do a lot. They can really benefit from somebody who joins in on the spam as well as refuels their mana for them.
Yeah.
And then you have some very nice team fighting capabilities on top. You have a position 4 who can take stacks and jungle camps pretty easily, which is also a pretty much a requirement these days. Like, if you don't farm jungle, what are you even doing on the map, right? Like, what is your job? What is my function? So,
are you even
completely understand the Kotal?
Is it like, are you even human if you can't farm a bit of stacks here and there? Do they even count? I was like, nope, they do not. But yeah, Keeper of the Light, and it's interesting to see Rubik, because Rubik can steal Illuminate, and suddenly you have a heal on your side. And India, they do take the Bat Rider, who seems to be very popular today. Second game in a row where we see Bat Rider being picked. Not the standard aura carrying offlaner, and Ember Spirit comes out. And you mentioned Alk, like Alk ignored, Medusa ignored. No one cares about these two. Pretty interesting. And Wind Ranger being the pick here. Another hero that I think India actually did pick up in their match against Pakistan, which they, seems popular in the region, and not so popular in any other place in the world, basically.
Yeah. And man, I almost think that Team India has got to be regretting their Nyx Assassin ban already. Like, this would have been a phenomenal pick against both of these two heroes, but Sir not appearing in this match. They also take out the Slark to secure a good lane for what is then most likely an offlane Bat Rider. They know something that we didn't, and now we will never get to see it.
I know, it feels bad. No Mega Meepo for us, which is like, I wanted the Mega Meepo. It's like, come on. But yeah, no Mega Meepo coming out here. So India, am I gonna have that? I feel kind of bad. Would have been a solid pick. Interesting that the Ember Spirit comes out so early, because then you think like maybe a last pick, you know, Huskar, last pick Viper, the Ember Spirit might suffer. And it's not like you put the Ember Spirit in sort of one of the side lanes, because maybe Bat Rider would be able to follow him there. So in Nepal showing off that card rather early, I would say.
Yeah, it is just confident in the ability of his hero to contribute no matter if he has farm or not. Like, I know from C-Dub for a fact that, you know, the possibility of a Huskar has never stopped us from picking Ember Spirit before. Maybe it should have, because it did cost us a couple of losses. But nonetheless, it's not like you can't work around it. And there finally goes the Alchemist ban. Like, that was unconscionable, man. I could not believe that hero was ever going to be allowed to make it to the second phase.
Yeah, and Medusa's still in the pool, though. When teams are like, yeah, Medusa's still in the pool. We'll see if India decides to get rid of him or not. Would be pretty good for the Keeper of Light, because his Chakra Magic is really good. And I was gonna say the heal, but I'm like, she doesn't really care about her health pool at all. But the mana the mana like refill is pretty wild. Same with the Pugna. Another hero seems to be slowly rising up in popularity just because he can fuel other people in either health or mana.
Yep, and Medusa still in. Of course, Anti-Mage also still in, right? You'd have to wait until the end of the second phase in order to pick your Medusa here, so it would really logically only be India that would be in the position to pick it up, unless Nepal was to take a really big risk.
Yeah, and no matter what, India's the last pick, so Nepal would have to, ban out like an Anti-Mage and the PL, take him in their last pick, when you will still have one more pick left, and so they'll be able to see it coming. You know, they'll be able to see it like, oh, you banned Anti-Mage, you have PL, we have the last ban in the third phase, we'll just get rid of Medusa, you know? So there's no safe way for Nepal to take it. There isn't. India, though, they can do whatever they want, probably at the end of this phase if they really choose to take it. They take out the Oracle. We talked about this being a fantastic. Yeah, it's a fantastic Medusa counter, because you can you damage her mana, but she doesn't get any benefit out of the regeneration because her health is always full. So I don't know. Like, already Medusa wasn't wanted.
They're still ready for it, but this is also just a nice pickup versus an Ember Spirit, right? You save people who get caught in the roots. You're a very hard target to bring down for an Ember Spirit himself if he decides to focus on killing the supports. Just an all-around strong pick here, and a bit of a block pick for any possible saves against the Bat Rider, right? Most Bat Rider saves are now out. All of these. Is that all of the strong purges? I think it is, right?
There's still an Omni Knight and Abaddon, but
Omni Knight. Oh yeah, well we don't talk about Omni Knight. Abaddon is totally a hero though, and you know, if you play with Magnus, maybe it's even still a carry hero. I don't know.
Yeah, I think Abaddon as a carry, if you don't you can't be lassoed, you're immune to it. You can shield anyone else, and because you're in the front, it's rather hard for Bat Rider to approach in an angle where you can get someone in the back line and sort of drag them out without you saving them. So, you know, like, you should be able to get there and throw out the shield. We'll see if they want to go for it or not. I'd like it, because I do think the sustained damage is pretty good, and the Chakra Magic is also a really good target for it. You shield, you get it, you shield again. Like, Product Shield is very powerful. We'll see if Nepal thinks the same, or if not. They are going through quite a lot of their reserve time on this second pick phase.
This is where you get counterpicked the hardest though, like especially if you want to risk picking up your carry here. Like, no way you're running either of the other two heroes as a support either. I don't think support Magnus is a thing right now, nor should it be. So that would put them in a pretty awkward position. But if you don't, like, if you really want the Abaddon, it might just still get banned out, for example. And no, there is the support pick. We've got Crystal Maiden. And that means Monkey King over on the other side. Good matchup versus the Ember, good matchup versus the Magnus. Excellent at hunting down these supports that might be squirreled away in the trees. Yeah, that's a pretty nice Monkey King game right there.
He has to worry a little bit about Blinding Light pushing him out of the Wukong. That is always one of those things that you... And of course, and you also have Skewer. So there's did I say that right? Skewer. There's another way of getting him out of it. So, you know, I was like, what the hell did I say? Yeah, so you have two methods of getting him out of his away from his friends, basically. Now it is the last ban phase here. India has the last pick, so Nepal, they need a carry. Yeah, and they feel like it's going to be an off-lane Bat Rider, so do ban out the puck here. Oh man, you know, I just worry about this last pick for what Nepal's going to go for. Imagine you want some sort of, like, we all say, like, you want some melee hero, right? You want to work with the Magnus, or even Member Spirit with Sleight of Fist is decent enough, I think, for the Magnus value. Yeah. But
no,
you want to have.
Do you? I think it's a bait. I think it's a bait.
Oh, okay.
Magnus is useful enough without giving you the empower, and might even be more useful if he actually gets to do his own thing in the game rather than running after you, babysitting you, and giving you bubble hands on command. Like, that really hampers the game of a lot of Magnuses. You have to not underestimate how much just walking after your carry you need to do in order to constantly give them that empower buff. So I don't actually think it's necessary. And would you look at that? Medusa finally banned out anyway, all the way down to the wire.
You know what I like is when you said Magnus as a support, and I never played Magnus support, but when I see it anytime I picked it a pro game, I'm like, that can't be fun. Like, I cannot imagine, you know, you're position 5 and your job is, hey, so someone comes like, hey, empower me. Like, yes sir, anti-mage sir, here you go. And that's all you do. And what do? You hover around the guy, protecting him. Maybe you get a good RP, but you never really. When are you gonna get the blink? 30 minutes. I feel bad when I see a support Magnus. It's sad. I want to mention the PA at some point, but she gets banned before I can do that. Do I get points if I was thinking about her?
I always have these moments as well. So yes, you do.
Oh, thank you. Okay, great. What would they want to take? Ursa could be one of the few heroes who can manhandle a Monkey King, and the in-range is also pretty damn solid. If you get the Aghanim Scepter, you can range well Lasso, although that's not an option most teams will really consider, but it is at least an option. And yeah, and these are Surge as well. I'm all in. I think you want to go Ursa. Ursa seems pretty good to me.
Yeah, Ursa, Crystal Maiden, very powerful. You actually do get a lot out of the Magnus whenever he is in your vicinity. You're pretty mobile, but no, is that a carry Magnus we spy?
I think it's a carry Ember Spirit, isn't it? Offlane Magnus? Would that be?
Is this another burger, Optimo?
Listen, you already owe me a burger, and let me just tell you, me and my 20 relatives all thank you for the feast you'll be providing us. But yeah, I imagine it's going to be a carry Ember Offlane Magnus mid Storm. The Storm Brothers United, India, definitely something they didn't expect here. You know, now you have to sort of shift because Bat Rider, he struggles a little bit more against the Storm than the Ember. You know, it's hard to get those napalm stacks on him. You walk in, he drops a remnant, he pulls you in. Usually it's easier for him to reach the tower. It's definitely a harder matchup here. But what about do you want here for India? Do you want to move the Bat Rider to the off lane? Get another mid for yourself? Void Spirit is in the pool. There you go. I said it. I get full points.
Points. Points.
Alright. I hope ISF is like tracking. He's like, well, Otoma's got +2 on this one. You know.
Ooh, so yeah, the Void Spirit combined with the Monkey King, another one of those combinations where the Desolator on the Void Spirit is really going to contribute to the AoE damage, the physical damage that's going to come out of the Monkey King. And then they have a Bat Rider as well, so really good catch for both the Storm Spirit and the Ember Spirit, even though, as you say, his lane is going to suffer a little bit more versus the Storm.
I've seen India play. That's the thing. I've seen India play, and I know that these two teams haven't matched up against each other before because there's just a lot at the tail end of the league. This isn't a tiebreaker match. It's not like these two teams have 3 wins, 1 loss like we saw in the previous match. It's like, no, these wins, both of them are undefeated, but they've undefeated until now. The winner here, it qualifies. India looked really good. I don't know if I think their draft is significantly better. I mean, sometimes you see one team just stomp another team, and you're like, isn't the draft is what? But And the draft is very solid here. You know, you have Voice Spirit mid standard. You have a carry Monkey King with a Oracle, so you have some of that lockdown, so you can get the Jingu stacks going. The Bat Rider and the Rubik is the one where I'm like, okay, that's a bit weird. I'm not sure how that will fare against the Ember Spirit as well as the Crystal Maiden, but I still think that India will pull it off just from the strength of the other two lanes.
Yeah, I mean, when I look at these two lineups, what I mostly see is that once again, we're just not dealing any tower damage, are we? Like, tower damage is just... This patch, if you don't get a Beastmaster, you just sort of don't do it at all. So, whatever happens, it's going to be a bit of a bloodbath, and I think that both teams have really good ways in order to make that go. Like, Nepal's engine that they have here, this Crystal Maiden, sitting behind two Spirit Heroes and a Magnus. And a Coddle as well. These cores are going to be empowered in way more ways than just with the actual Magnus spell, and that is quite exciting to me. They can play really high tempo here. If I thought these teams were equal, I would probably go with Nepal based on lineup here. But that said, I do also believe that India most likely has these superior players, and their draft is not nearly far enough behind for them to actually lose out.
Yeah, that's how I feel as well. And by the way, Nepal starts off with 3 blood grenades. They even get one on the Ember Spirit. I love blood grenade. I'm so glad it's in the game. It gives you that little bit of extra kick. You know, not only do you get that 125 damage total, but you also get like the slow, which gives you 1 or 2 extra right clicks. It really adds a lot when you play it and just throw it. Blood grenade. It's such a fun item. It's just. He added fun items, I gotta say. Mr. Ice Frog added the fun items, and I really enjoyed it. Nepal having slight connection issues right now, or at least ping issues, it seems. Hopefully everything will be sorted out. And the engine, though, the Ember Spirit, the Storm, with a Coddle, and you said it, right? Like, they have very low cooldowns on these heroes in general, and you do a Slice Searing Chains, you have the Chakra Magic, you do it again. India, relatively squishy. You know, even the Monkey King, if he doesn't get the Jingu and he lifesteals, he's not the highest health hero in the game. Starting off with 580 health, like he can be bursted down.
And he's up versus a lineup that can very much evade him and make him miss out on a lot of those Jingu hits that he needs to survive.
Looks like they will be getting at least 3 bounty runes here for India's side, and yeah, Noor gets to. Noor yesterday picked the bounty hunter. He had a very nice performance with it. I think it was a phylactery bounty hunter, which we didn't see in the previous game. That's why they lost, by the way.
Yeah, it's not
Bat Rider. Is he gonna get it? Get that one? Yeah, blood grenade. Can he get for more? Another bite?
No? Okay.
He's dead.
Another blood grenade as well?
Can they get a couple of more hits? They get it in the end. And Nepal strikes first. Cost them 2 blood grenades and a whole lot of mana on their supports, but in the end, very, very well worth it. And check it out, they do put Monkey King in the off lane. They want to make sure they get the Monkey King versus the Ember Spirit matchup. Very easy for you to get those Jingo stacks. And Oracle with the Pure Fortune's End can remove the Flame Guard, which is another point in their favor.
Exactly, which is the Ember Spirit is now really going to rely on just getting himself a slight chains build, which doesn't farm as fast and doesn't like deal as much early damage either. So that is mighty inconvenient for the Nepalese side here.
Yep, a little bit unfortunate. Actually, it doesn't say Flame Guard is dispellable, but yeah, oh, sorry, it does say dispellable at the top. Some of these abilities you have to press Alt and then shows you dispel. But yeah, because I was like, I'm 100% sure it's dispellable, but I want to make sure. And Crystal Maiden takes a staff to the back, and she's hurting mid lane.
And she's an Ember counter pick. Anyway, yeah, go ahead.
So I was like, I'm watching bottom lane in the game, but we're also watching mid lane in the actual stream here. And, oh, there you go. There you go, Observer, right with me, man. I love this guy. And, so far, Monkey King and Ember Spirit, even in terms of CS, but I imagine as the lane continues, you know, it's going to go more and more in favor of India, the bottom lane.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
Of course, they did set up their Bat Rider on the top lane as well in trade, which it's Puts him in a bit of an awkward situation. Batrider not the greatest against pushing out waves that are going to be pushed into him, excuse me, which means that he is going to get shoved under tower a lot here. The Rubik is going to have to do a lot of work spamming Fade Bolts, possibly on creeps actually, once the spam of the Shockwave and of the Illuminate starts coming in.
Yeah, it's that's one of the nice things about Keeper of Light is that you can push out the lane. You know, you can't do this in pubs because you get flamed for it. But if you can't do it in the pro match, they're like, listen, I want them to be under tower, and they're taking full advantage of that, doing a significant amount of damage here to the Rubik. And I gotta say, I think bottom lane, one of the reasons it didn't go so well, and it's not going so well so far, is because that come Batrider cost CM all her mana. So she's just been walking around, no mana, no mangoes, no levels in Arcane Ruin, just really struggling. And that's why she's able to do so much. But top lane, as the skewer, should be okay if things get dicier. But I'm going to use it very soon here. There you go. Walks out just fine. I say just fine after he nearly gets his foot cut off.
Nearly is not entirely.
That is true. That is true. He is still alive, but he is about half the CS of the Batrider. So this lane swap by India, not only favoring the Monkey King, but hugely benefiting the Batrider as well. So India looking very good right now.
They got themselves a full 1,000 gold advantage already. And in fact gets the kill over on the Cottle with the Afterburn. And now the Magnus kind of in an awkward position. I don't actually think he can push this. No, counter kill for him.
And losing the call. I mean, I don't think he doesn't have. Does he have Illuminate? No, he does not have any points to Illuminate. Still only level 2, so it doesn't actually like. In terms of the lane, he wasn't actually pushing it for you, but you would really like him not
He's
to
going
die.
back to bottom.
Oh dear.
Double chains. Oracle is most likely going to go down, but his Monkey King is going to be a tough cookie.
I can't believe that.
You could use the line of light. Getting that damage off. It's not a whole lot, but it is enough to bring down the Oracle. And clever move by the Keeper of Light, recognizing, listen, top lane, I'm not doing too much. I do think that the Magnus, I don't know if I would say he needs him, but he's certainly going to struggle. It's not like when you can leave a Timber Saw against like a strength hero and you'll be like, oh, Timber Saw is going to be fine. I think the Magnus will feel the absence of the Keeper of Light, but he's right next to a Twin Gate. Might decide to just decide to go back.
It's going to come right on back. No, the interference was really necessary because this Monkey King has 10 denies over to the Ember Spirit here. And that will stack up if you don't interfere down here.
I like that when you say interference. Everyone else says rotation, but you say interference. That's cool.
To me, it's barely a rotation these days, isn't it?
That's true. It's not like
Sort of
before,
hop in
but
the elevator.
hopefully Gabe is there. You know, but...
That is going to be a thing now, isn't it? Talking about denies, by the way, the Void Spirit also had a ton of denies over on this Storm Spirit. That means that he already has level 6, but he might have overstepped just a little bit. Gets the catch on the CM. Actually, a Rubik is here now. That's going to be a double, isn't it? No, it's not.
Yeah, unfortunately, Crystal Man is like, look, Dad, I'm helping. He's like, no! And he loses his life instead. And India, Krish, I mean... He is pretty incredible as it is. Look at the CS. He's got 11 denies and 33 CS. And that's kind of scary. You were hoping for the Storm Spirit to sort of start the snowball going. Him and the Ember Spirit as well work together with the call behind them. But they are going to be pretty significantly delayed right now. And look at the CS. Top 3, all India. There you go. Top 3. All right. Yep. Nepal doing their best to crack in there.
Not too far behind on 2 of the cores of Nepal though, but the core that is behind is currently getting dove on the top lane. Magnus shoved all the way back. Ember Spirit has made his rotation over though and is going to get his first kill of the game here. That's a carry Ember Spirit, mind you, so no level 6 on him just yet. And they will in fact win this fight versus the Batrider 3v1. Eventually. Void Spirit here though. Magnus gonna burn a lot from that.
Oh, look at the dive in. Oh, this disconnect, pause, unpause. Oi, that yeah, you said yourself. That is as awkward as my first date that I went on, and unfortunately for Magnus, doesn't matter. He's dead either way. Cringe is coming, but he's not level 6. He's so close to it. Literally what 36 experience one creep would have gotten if they could just kill. I mean, not sure one creep with 3 allies around would have been enough, but very unfortunate here. However, Krish is low on mana, by the way. Like
he's in pretty deep for a man who's not holding a lot of cards anymore. I mean, he is tanky, and his opponents are not in that great shit. Actually, no, because the Storm Spirit just has full everything.
He's dead. There's actually the Voice Spirit is the one who's gonna die. That pause might have messed up like while he was clicking or something, because there's a blinding light and chakra on the Keeper of the Light, so you can blinding light this Voice Spirit. He's got no spells. Everything's on cooldown. No mana. Oh, he bit off more than he can chew. That is
that's. I mean, Storm Spirit's going to be really happy about that, because he just had to let that Bat Rider walk because he had no mana, but he is going to get a way bigger prize for his troubles.
Yes, he will. I was thinking, he's going to jump on him. Now India's like, well, sorry, Krish. We kind of put you in a really bad spot because of this. And this is the highest value target they can get. I think he is he has the highest net worth in the game by a significant margin, actually. And he's immediately recognizing, I'm screwed, knowing he's not going to get the kill. But Krish, my friend, oh, look at that. Observers like that is too violent. There are children watching, and we will not be showing you that decimation that just happened.
That pops to 6 for the Storm, who is, he might be tempted to try it out on this little Rubik here that's currently taking over the mid lane. Just threatening him a little bit.
A tasty looking Rubik, but still pretty risky. Full health, full mana, can't lift you off. Voice Spirit's coming back. Decides not to go for it. Wisdom Runes, 1 each, so no big advantage there. I know it's crazy, but I get so hyped up for these Wisdom Runes. I don't know what's wrong with me.
It's very important.
I know, but I get like it's when a bounty rune comes up, I'm the support who's like, bounty runes are coming up in 10 seconds, bye! And I just walk in like, I do not give a crap about what happens to the lane. It's 250, I'm going there, you know? Sometimes I might ping the guy and be like, listen, I'm gonna go bounty, play safe. I'm just out of there. It's fun. Those nice nuggets of gold and experience.
Not quite as slow now.
It is, and it gives you something to do that's just for you, you know?
Yes. Well, to be fair, bounty runes also go to everyone. So and now Wisdom runes are dear. The person who might need a little bit more wisdom will be the Magnus, but I think he's gonna be having contemplating what's gonna happen to him in the grave. You know, on the bomb lane. Listen to it's going for a dive. Monkey King jumps in, can catch the Crystal Maidens. 3 people here. The double slide of fist is very nice here. We have a teleport coming in from the Rubik HBK. Barely survived, and looks like Ember wants it, but not range for the slide of fist. You do lose God, you know. Not sure what you're gonna be able to do with that, but a beautiful Fate's Edict stops just the damage from the Illuminate and Monkey King.
Nice slam.
Right, he aims for the creeps, not the hero. Goes for the safe play here.
Mel
loses his life, and in the end, India. Very, very good fight for them. He uses Fate's Edicts to illuminate on the Oracle. That was just beautiful.
That was very nice. And then he used the salve so that the Ember Spirit chasing him was actually overextending. Ember Spirit has to turn around. Monkey King doesn't go down in the meanwhile because he got enough stacks to slam those creeps. And Void Spirit shows up. You know what? Void Spirit gets a little bonus skill here on the mid lane as well because this support... No? Okay, doesn't actually go for it, which is probably right considering that he doesn't know where the Storm Spirit is at currently. But we know that Storm Spirit is bought.
I mean, we praised the Monkey King for going for that play, but I also gotta praise the Storm Spirit because he positioned himself so that he's on the other side, right? Like he's on one side of the Monkey King, and the creeps on the other side. And Monkey King, you know, if most Monkey Kings will say, "Oh, I'll just slam the Storm Spirit," but Storm Spirit can jump. You have the animation, you can see it. So, like he was forcing him to make a tough decision, and Monkey King he picked right. He's like, "Yeah, I'm not gonna go for what you think I'm gonna do. I'm not gonna go for the kill. I'm gonna go for the lifesteal." Very nice. She got Voice Spirit's damage. 111 at 8 at level
stupid.
8. It's one bracer. That's all he's got. He's got one bracer.
Yeah, and Bracer got some of its damage back, dude. Bracer's 3 damage again.
Yeah, but I like the regeneration more. When it gave you 1 health regeneration, that was nice. You know, now it's giving you what 0.75. That doesn't. I don't care as much about the damage because I play supports. I don't really care, but regeneration was so good. But what's not good for Nepal is losing this Crystal Maiden. Krish was even rotating bot, but he wasn't even needed at this point. Nepal, tough spot to be in. We might have to see an RP coming out.
This Ember's on his own. His Cobble's getting dove. He can chip away at the Rubik all he likes, but yeah, the backup's coming in right now. The Riders of Rohan filtering in. One. Krish did a ring around Rosie with the Coddle and is still on their backlines now. That's a nice step. Goes in, gets damage out of all of them. Boom, 2 cores dead. Third one on the run. Mel has been on the front line of this fight all this time and now has to turn his tail and get out of dodge because they are getting chased by a very fast piggy who hits for 137 damage with that Oblivion Staff. And he just takes no damage. Look at how tanky he is. This leader is here. He does not give a hoot.
But look at that. False Promise comes out. They needed it. Just smack the Crystal Maiden. Send her back. Send her to join her wolves, basically. Meanwhile, Ember is losing his life, and India on fire, just like that Bat Rider is right now, with 5k gold advantage at the 12 minutes mark. This is we're entering disaster zone territory. I do think you have a couple of good fights before you're just like, okay, it might be over. And I do like the Magus is going for the Blink Dagger. He recognized I need to make a big play, but. India is pretty elusive. Monkey King, Bat Rider, and Void Spirit. I don't think these guys will be jumping in together. And you have an Oracle behind as well. Who can False Promise, let's say you catch 2, you False Promise 1 of them. It's like, well, that's it. That's your RP.
Yeah, and at this point, they're also a little bit EXP starved over on the Nepalese side. No level 6s on either of their supports yet. That Ember Spirit also getting a 6 really late. We saw before that Storm got a 6 late. And before that engine can get properly going, you do need your ults onto all of your heroes. And you have playmakers, but you don't have the damage if you don't have the levels. So right now, there's some catching up to do for Nepal. And they're going to do that while their first tier 1s are going to come under siege on several different sides of the map. Because they can't really deter this Void Spirit in mid from hitting your tower, and they certainly cannot stop the Monkey King that's going to come at their bot right now. The Ember just pulling the wave, playing careful, hoping that his squad on top can get the tower in trade.
Another issue, by the way, is that we're talking about them being starved for experience, but it's going to be hard for them to get that experience from team fights because Rubik is going for a mech, so he's going to give his team some sustain. We're talking about. It's hard to bring people down as is because of the Oracle, but Rubik's like, yeah, I'll get a mech as well. I'll add to those problems. And the damage coming out from Nepal is very spread, Like, Storm Spirit can do some single target, it's not bad, but it's a lot of spread damage coming out from the Ember Spirit, Magnus who's got no items, it's just Blink RP. Like, he's got nothing else, so it's not like you can rely on him to hurt people. Very, very scary situation.
It is, and it's also good of India to just make use of the fact that they had their level 6s and that every single core over on the Nepalese side needs at least 1 item in order to be useful. But there is the Blink. Skewer back. But they got him. Is he tanky enough to live this though?
He's very tanky.
God, it takes everything in the kitchen sink. Oracle was not there in time. Rubik pops off the stolen CM ult. You're going to see that every single time, but that too is not enough. And the Blink Dagger reveal does the trick. Pays off. Very well played for Nepal.
And HBK, he went for the all-in play. He's like, can I get there in time? Use the False Promise on my friend. And the problem is, if he gets it, it looks like a god, right? Because the voice makes up. But unfortunately, he doesn't get it. And that means he loses his life. Rubik was also sort of going there because they're thinking, if he can get it, we can turn it around maybe. But it just did not work out. So India, it's not a blunder, but sometimes you take those... I don't know, it's like not a risk, but it's a play that you should make. It's the right play, but it also hurts you.
Exactly. You can't not make that play. So, correct reaction from them there, but yeah, the Magnus Blink reveal was just very nicely executed. The entirety of the Radiant moved top after taking that middle tower and are going to take down this dire top tower next. It's going to feel really good, and that does also mean that Storm Spirit finish us off the Witchblade. We've got the Maelstrom up on the Ember Spirit, and Nepal's got a lot of tools in their pocket all of a sudden. This game has just gotten a lot riskier for India. Now, India are still quite a bit ahead, mind you, but the timings have been reached.
And I like the like we talked about, the Magnus with the Blink Dagger gives them that opening, right? Because if you can catch the Void Spirit right there, they wouldn't have resulted in that 2,000 gold net swing in their favor. And but India continues to farm a little bit more efficiently, so it's not the worst thing in the world. Oh, and have you ever? Alright, I'll tell you something. Have you ever considered how big the heroes are relative to the trees? You see, like, I'm looking at Magnus, and he's like the size of a tree, and he just walks, like... Have you ever met a tree-sized person?
Oh, skewer back. I mean, I've seen how big moose are. Have you ever seen a moose? As, okay, this bad rider does not want to see a mag moose here anymore. He gets the RP off though, yeah. That means an extra step is needed to bring that mag down. God stands in the middle, lets it go, but the fight is already split up with the Storm Spirit going one way, out of mana, brought down, and the Void Spirit frost bitten up, but nobody here to capitalize on his vulnerability because all three cores on the Nepalese side are dead. And that is a phenomenal fight win for India. Out of a lasso that didn't even manage to finish off its startup immediately, I don't think.
Yeah, and another, I mean, there's a solid RP, but guess what? You're up against Oracle, who is not going to be caught by the RP, because no matter how much you try, he's going to be very far away. Just saying, like, the range of False Promise is not the biggest, but it's solid enough. You have to, like, somehow scare people away. That's not happening. Keep of Light, it finishes the path.
Mel is no chill, by the way.
Oh, he's going for more.
Back.
By Noor. Alright.
Bye, indeed. But the response is already coming in. They tried to walk out, and instead there's a Monkey King. They cut him out of the tree, okay, but they don't have the damage to bring him down. No way, the Oracle is here as well. Magnus takes the full brunt of the combo of both these two cores. And the Spirit, with the cleave damage, now over on the side, might be able to chip more. They found the Bat Rider. That just means that the Bat Rider has found the Ember. Lasso goes out. Crystal Maiden is still
all
there,
the
but can't really do anything as the Storm and the Ember Spirit get brought down. All the cores dead once again. Kotal no. Kotal no. Bat Rider, yes, as he runs after the Keeper of the Light, who is fully out of mana.
Check out how Monkey is, guys. He's got Diffusal Blade, and I was talking to Wingblade the other day, and he was like, "You know what Storm hates playing against? A Pango with a Diffusal. When you pick Pango and enemy has a Storm, you get a Diffusal, and you're like, you just burn so much. And why not when you have Echo Sabers on your heroes? Speaking of that, Magnus taking a few more hits. Is he gonna be okay? RP for... I mean, I'm gonna say nothing.
They're gonna follow up still? Yeah, they do.
They're gonna get it. Okay.
Krish punished by the RP. And that is the first BKB pop on the Bat Rider, who also does not get to use that for any nefarious purposes. Now that's a decent win, and frankly an overextension unnecessarily by India.
Yeah, but do we think India actually has a problem with that? Yes, use your Void Spirit, but RP is down, so you might consider going for Roshan when he comes back. Doesn't seem like India is really posturing for it on either side, but they might find Mel here that has some lift. You have a Searing Chains. No, doesn't even need it. The lasso comes out. The shield, it does
remnants. That's a lot of magic damage though, actually, and they did have a remnant, excuse me, as that is the Rubik down once again. These two supports, man, they are always in the middle of the fray for some reason. Monkey King has to wait another step to the bridge. Crystal Maiden yeeted and deleted, and Monkey King storming forward with the Jingo Mastery up, but nobody to slap around just yet. Maybe he's gonna find... No.
He was chasing, but as you said, Ember Spirit with the phase boots is able to run pretty fast, and oh, look at that! Ember Spirit, I think he's going for stats, actually skipping the Flame Guard entirely. He is going for stats, max out Searing Chains, max out the Fly of Fist, has 1 point in the stats. Okay, I gotta say, I don't see that very often.
No, you don't, and especially not because you can dodge the Oracle Purge as well. You did it several times in the laning phase, just with the Sleight of Fist. Never mind that it gets easier once you have the Fire Remnants up.
But I guess he doesn't like. Can you imagine if he takes the other talent, he takes the Flames Up Air? But obviously he's a pro player, he's a genius, and they won't be doing anything like that. Smoke from the Dire side. Who will they come across here? And they jump in, they do catch the Storm, but
Spirit?
who's going to be catching the Storm Spirit? It's pretty low health, but still alive.
He
And
just
RP,
fights.
he's fine. RP on 2 people. And looks like he's not fine in the end. Doesn't get the lasso, but makes them work for it. But they do lose the Magnus. They lose the CM as well. It's a 3-for-0. It looked decent for Nepal. It looked pretty good, right?
That was 3 versus 5. The Storm Spirit lives the Orchid from Krish. It's an alternate build these days, actually, but very good versus this lineup. Storm Spirit lives the Orchid, nearly just brings down Krish on his own. While the rest of the heroes from India also got kind of low there for a little bit. If the Ember Spirit was in any way, shape, or form near that fight, that would have probably been a win for Nepal.
It's I was like, oh, you know, Voice Spirit's gonna die, and I just realized something. I know that maybe I'm a bit slow to this, but there we have the 3 Eldest Spirit brothers in this game. Voice Spirit's going up against his 2 annoying siblings. I wish we had Earth Spirit. I would have been, you know, as God intended. But this is still pretty cool that we have at least that's, you know, 3 of the spirits coming out.
Listen,
the bros.
God is playing Crystal Maiden currently. If he intended to, he would have picked Earth Spirit.
Oh god. Well, Crystal Maiden, I mean. Meanwhile, though, Oracle gets the false promise off himself, but he's gonna lose his life, and HBK might follow up.
And the Monkey King just offers himself up. What is this?
He's a Wukong.
Yep, they're going to go in on this.
No mana.
There he goes.
Oh my god. No mana on the
time.
Just loses his life. This is Nepal's out fighting India significantly. They do get the Magnus down, that's cool, but India, that's a dieback on the Rubik, along with your carry. Looks like that actually would have landed either way, just because of the shield.
Oh, and Void Spirit is back. That means the Crystal Maiden will have to go down to the Bat Rider here, but Void, you are low, my friend, and the Storm Spirit still had a little bit of mana left in it. They're both so low over on the Dire, but the
Chakra?
No, did he just bump him close? Yes!
I mean, this was pretty big victory.
Yeah.
Oh,
the Storm Spirit dies to the burn. And the Spirit dodges. You did not need to be there, but that is alright because it will save your life right now as you are TPing out. Again, way too close for comfort. And these teams are fighting so far into each other's territories, under and behind each other's towers, that the new TPs constantly keep coming in. That Monkey King was fully ready to just join the fray again.
But overall, it is a victory for Nepal. You know, they cut down the net worth deficit. They got a whole lot of experience in that fight. Obviously, it wasn't like India. They got nothing. They were able to get a few kills for themselves, but it's a dieback on the Rubik, hurting his economy. You can see Keep Up the Lights trying to pull ahead. The problem is, the top 3 net worth, all India, all very, very comfortable where they're sitting. You know, no one's nipping at their heels or anything.
No, but the Ember Spirit is, though.
So, I guess.
That's where the heels are. It's right where the heels are. He's not nipping at their knees. I'm not making any bold claims here. As once again, we have a fight. His engine just does not stop roaring. They've got the Oracle again, forced to use most of his spells on himself. Rubik still uses Crystal Maiden spells, but will not actually live to use them. Oracle, full health, gets turned upon again as the Monkey King finally comes in. 3-4 from the Dire. Now advancing on this fight, but there's the RP! They get caught with 2 of them. Void Spirit over on the side. Still not dead on the Bat Rider right now. And this Monkey King is going to town that. RP was a bait as Void Spirit cleans up over on the side as well. And suddenly it is only the Kotal left standing in what looked to be a surefire win for the Nepalese side.
Yeah, this one might be one of the ones that you want to watch a replay for because, I mean, the RP was on 3. I'm pretty sure it says the Storm, the Monkey King, and 2. Was it? I thought I saw it on 3 people. My bad. Well, you know, we got a replay. We'll see it. Alright, we'll put it.
Oracle tanks all of the everything.
Alright, wait. I see the Rubik. Rubik is there. Where's the RP coming out? Any second now. It's gonna be on the Oracle.
Way later.
Yeah, it's Oracle, Bat, and Monkey King. See?
3. Yep, WEC23, you are completely correct.
I'm telling you,
And they only bring down the Rubik there.
yeah, which is crazy that it like you get an RP on a Monkey King and a Bat Rider, and they both stay alive. Like that is absolutely wild that happened in India.
Really close.
They go
Maybe I'm
straight for
on
a shot.
approach.
Alright, so that's 3 burgers with fries. You know, I'm going for the full set. You know, before it was like I was gonna like I like hard burgers. You know, I only wanted to know. It's like come on. In the meantime, though,
You're getting
India-
one cheeseburger and a
One
knife,
cheeseburger.
and you better divide it. For all your family, you get all one bite.
If I ask for 2 cheeseburgers, I'll get knifed. Then, you know, it's like 1 cheeseburger and a knife, 2 cheeseburgers you get knifed. It's like,
Yes.
I don't know if I want to get knifed.
To mess with the Ultima.
I was going to see. Oh, you know what's interesting is that when people get an Aghanim shard, it doesn't show on the side. It shows up as a message. You know what I mean? Like you have to press enter, it shows up because Keeper of Light gets an Aghanim. You know, that's kind of annoying because sometimes I'm like, oh yeah, observer can't see it, but we
haven't
can.
noticed that yet. That's really stupid and should be changed.
I mean, I keep telling Ice Frog. He keeps saying, "How did you get my phone? Please get out of the room."
Lifted, slammed, forced to use his BKB, makes it out alive. But that no, spoke too soon. There's a Bad Rider with a lasso. Does not give one hoot about BKBs. Haunted back in by the Remen. They get a Void
Yep,
Spirit
not-
skewer back once again. But where's
They wanna
where's
RP
your
this?
Storm Spirit? Where's your root? No. Yeah, RP. Still, Storm's not here. You have to back off. Storm is still on the bot lane. Is only now threatening to keep me. You know, did he cancel that, my lord?
RP stolen. RP stolen. By the way,
RP
Rubik has an
stolen
RP.
too?
Yep, if he wants to use it, but does he have? He doesn't have a blink there. He went straight up Guardian Greaves on a Rubik. Like he's like, you know what, guys, I can just heal. Like, why would I do anything? And Keeper of Light has more net worth than the Magnus, who has gone for Guardian. He's just got complete utility in this game.
Yeah, but I mean, listen, Kotal overtaking his offlaner is just something that happens, okay?
Yes.
That's just like,
Oh, by the way,
it's alright.
check out something that India has that I feel like is an issue that we're gonna see very rarely, but it's gonna happen with their items. Both India supports have Philosopher Stones on them. I'm not sure. Yeah, Oracle has it right there. And none of the supports, nobody in Nepal has it. I know that seems like a small deal, but that's like a passive 180 GPM bonus on your team. On the heroes that need it the most.
Exactly, because both of these heroes really enjoy, especially their defensive items, because they're both
Yep.
pretty fragile while providing saves for their team, so they are natural targets for the enemy cores.
Very
And
valuable. Yeah.
being hard to bring down. Well, here, like this CM.
Bye, Sam.
Yeah.
I mean, it could go even worse. Like, imagine if you had the mid Zeus who also goes for it, or Tinker. Both of these mids want Philosopher's Stone more than anything else. And you look at it, it's like this is what I'm saying. It's a very rare circumstance that one team gets 2 and the other team gets none on their supports.
Yeah.
But when it happens, it's pretty terrible.
The rich get richer, my friend.
I mean, that's also how
That's
God
a
intended.
definition of privilege. They could afford to hamstring themselves in order to get more money, and now they will make cash off of their investments.
Hand over fist right now. They are extremely rich on one side, very poor on the other, unfortunately. Although Keeper of the Light doesn't care. He is oh wait, no, someone who should be caring is Ember Spirit. Does get the jump and he's fine. But yeah, Keeper of the Light doesn't care. He's like, I'll make money no matter what.
Doesn't. Sorry, I just realized that normally I describe Dota 2 as simulated warfare, but like this game I'm just going all the way after. I was like, actually it's simulated class warfare.
And that's like, oh, these are the as we've put politics in it as well, religion. You know, I'm sure everyone wants to tune in and be like, what's one of these two crazy people talking about?
What is that? Let's hit them all. Can we also talk about how Finland was robbed at Eurovision? As this Monkey King just went in versus 5. He knows he has the backbone. They're just skipping around.
RP?
Go to the spirit, jump up to the top. No, he's silenced. He's still silenced. Magnus, finally, he can let go of the RP if he wants to. He doesn't really have a good target yet. There we go. Just the Flat Rider as Rubik goes down. Oracle will fall next to quite a bit of mana on the Ember Spirit, but none on the Storm, who falls over as the Void Spirit enters the fray. And Monkey King now finally free of being kited around by both of these supports. Ember Spirit, he's split off from his mana machine. Nicolo is going around the side in order to reach his core in time. Please, mana him, mana him. There we go.
And BKB is available.
Storm Spirit has brought back. That is now the Aegis going down. And the Monkey King that they worked around for the entirety of the fight. Yeah, he has the... Oh no, silence. Silence is Storm Spirit. Oh, dies to the burn, and that means the CM is too close as well. Another silence over on the Ember Spirit. He gets to walk out, but... Once again... buybacks and the return of heroes into the fray not really working out for the side of Nepal. That Storm Spirit is going to be very unhappy about his decision making there.
I'm very unfortunate that they killed the Monkey King when they did, by the way, because he was only a few seconds away from the Aegis expiring, and they went for it. They killed him. He comes back. He BKBs, and it's like, no, that is the worst case scenario. Unfortunate for them. And this Storm Spirit, by the way, when the BKB is down, there are 2 Orchids now. One on Krish, one Bloodthorn on the Monkey King. So everyone's got multiple ways of locking you down. Very, very scary situation to be in. And India continues to just completely dominate the map right now. Feels very, very hard for Nepal to do anything here. Top lane. All right.
Still trying. We got the Monkey again. That's another silence out onto Mel. He's already got his stacks. The lasso, they didn't have an RP actually, so the Magnus is in too deep. Cannot properly help bringing down the Monkey King. They have to retreat just a little bit on the dire side right now, because this Ember Spirit with the Kotal backup is still very threatening. Not if the Kotal is getting chased down by Chris, though, who really would like to have a high five. And that means that the Ember Spirit is also all alone versus the opposition. And neither Crystal Maiden or Storm Spirit could be there for that fight. So 3-4-0 coming out of a rather desperate attempt to kill the Monkey King there. And suddenly, this team that cannot hit buildings will in fact be hitting buildings on your high ground, and you don't have any place to make for now. I guess the lucky part is that Magnus still has RP because he didn't get it off. No, Krish, no.
That's rude. He just dove on the Crystal Maiden right then and there, get the kill. And they may not have Deso to reduce the armor of buildings, but you know, you don't really need building hitters when you're 33 minutes into the game and everyone's super farmed, and Void Spirit hits for a casual 403 damage. Just randomly, just like that. He's like, oh yeah, this is how I hit people with my giant stick that just lops off limbs
hey, the stick has not one but 2 lightsabers. Excuse you.
Yeah, alright, that's fair enough. Lasers. But yeah, India in a very, very dominant spot. They've been there for a long time. He brought lasers to
a sword fight.
Look at that. 23,000 gold. Nepal. What does Valve say? Valve, you get 3% chance of victory? Really? I think that's very generous from Gaiman.
That is quite generous. Yeah. I guess RP just counts for like 2.
A lot.
And the fact that India can still make a mistake. They have occasionally overextended. So I gotta say that Krish by now is probably too tanky to actually die. He just added a harpoon to his arsenal. I'm a big fan of harpoon. I really like the way the Echo Saber upgrade, because I love Echo Saber, and I hated seeing so many teams like, yo, we'll just assemble it and make a BKB now. And I'm like, why? Echo Saber is so good. They're like, no, it's like no good later on. And now you have harpoon, gives you a bit of chase. It's a little bit more stats. It's just nice. Let's jump in. Oh, they've got the Ember Spirit. He just showed up a second after. Unnecessarily so, I think. Get instantly silenced and brought down by the lasso, and that is him down for the entirety of this base defense.
No buyback available.
I would sit in the fountain.
Radiant's middle tower.
Yeah, unless you keep out the light, can probably illuminate from the fountain. That's something you can go for.
Like this. This is the right place to be. Storm Spirit clearing up the wave.
But not enough. Yeah, I mean, if he mistimed it, the wave is going to be reaching now. And guess what? There you go. That's going to be the second lane of Brack. The Ember Spirit's still down for 30 seconds. And they're like, well, we'll see if he decides to come back. He hasn't fought back recently.
They haven't lived. Yeah. Oh, there's the next lasso.
He's gone.
Do not underestimate
He's gone too.
the CD. Yeah, that's two of them down all at once, and that combo is not coming back for this fight. No buyback out of him, but Magnus does have it. I guess this is where you try to get them, like Crystal Maiden. Put on like your tastiest shawl, bait them towards the fountain. This Magnus needs to get an RP skewer of a lifetime, and he needs somebody to bait for him. You're not going to get it blindly. No, this is not the way, Magnus. No, Magnus.
Tastiest shawl. That is not an expression I've heard before. Meanwhile,
Well, I wanted to say honestly a bikini, but CM would not wear a bikini.
Oh God. This ISF, I do not agree with this enticement of Dota 2 heroes. Very clean game here, and what's not clean is what's happening to the Storm Spirit. He gets demolished. So does the old man. Usually he's the one going after the little girls, but you can't do that from the grave. India, maybe the nope. Doesn't even pop the Monkey King despite diving into the fountain. A rather one-sided affair overall, but in India from the start to finish, we thought that. No, interesting. There was a few good moments. Like there were a couple of good RPs. Like there was, I would say Nepal had a chance to win, but they had a few comebacks that were pretty hype when they happened. I gotta say.
Yeah, like here you can see because I think we had a stomp earlier. I don't think I was casting it with you, but I must have brought this up earlier, right? In the words of No-Tail, you always want to be able to make a play, especially when you know you're at risk of getting behind, right? And here, between like the Ember Spirit, the Storm Spirit, and the Magnus, 3 cores you can make plays, 2 supports, you can support them in that. And you can see that they can create opportunities for themselves without having to wait for errors from their opponents.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, Nepal played pretty well. I'm looking at them; they're not that big of a gap between them. The biggest gap is the fact that Krish is, a rank 70 player in the DPC, whereas you don't really have anything equivalent like that on Nepal. But yeah, they've got a pretty substantial team here going on for them. Not enough to bring down India. I think that it's not like they'll beat them 1 in 5 games, like maybe 1 in 20. We'll see Nepal take a game, but. Definitely putting on a show for us here, and much appreciated. The RPs were pretty solid, but unfortunately, he just had a really tough laning phase. Yeah, the best thing was the laning phase, right? They put the Monkey King against the Ember, and they put the Bat Rider versus the Magnus, switching up those lanes, and that worked out really well for India. I thought that was like the best thing they did.
Yeah, that was very clever. And apart from that, like their itemization looked really good this game, switching their builds up a little bit to go into the double Orchid as well felt really good to lock these spirits down, forcing them into BKBs before they ideally would have wanted to, which limits their damage output, etc. And yeah, all around just a bunch of cute plays out from them as well, because they didn't lack in the playmaking department either. So very deserved victory for India, I'd say here. But Nepal, really, like, pat on the shoulder for you, thumbs up. If you're going to go down fighting, and that's exactly the memo that you guys got. So very much impressed by your play today.
Yeah, unfortunately, Nepal, they're not going to be representing the region. It's going to be India. Kudos to them. Much deserved. And I want to shout out Krish that he was able to bring down the Storm Spirit so many times before he hit level 6, like really delaying his power spike. But yeah, that's all going to be for South Asia. So we're going to take a little bit of a break. We're going to come back, and I think we're going to do Southeast Asia again to figure out how that's going to go. But for now, we're going to take a little break, and we'll see you guys later. So stay tuned.
the heart of Iași, Romania, the world's top gamers have gathered for the ultimate showdown. IESF brings heart-stopping matches across a variety of gaming genres in an electrifying experience that celebrates the passion and dedication of esports athletes from around the globe. This is more than just a tournament. This is where champions are born, legends are made, and anything is possible. Get ready to witness the ultimate display of skill, strategy, and heart. The IESF World Esports Championship. It's about to take your breath away.
Do you think you've got what it takes? The challenge will be tougher than ever. In 2023, international esports has a new home. Over 100 nations fighting for the championship in a celebration of everything that makes esports great. Who will rise up to the challenge? Who will be the world champion?
In the heart of Iași, Romania, the world's top gamers have gathered for the ultimate showdown. IESF brings heart-stopping matches across a variety of gaming genres in an electrifying experience that celebrates the passion and dedication of esports athletes from around the globe. This is more than just a tournament. This is where champions are born, legends are made, and anything is possible. Get ready to witness the ultimate display of skill, strategy, and heart. The IESF World Esports Championship. It's about to take your breath away.
Do you think you've got what it takes? The challenge will be tougher than ever. In 2023, international esports has a new home. Over 100 nations fighting for the championship in a celebration of everything that makes esports great. Who will rise up to the challenge? Who will be the world champion?
In the heart of Iași, Romania, the world's top gamers have gathered for the ultimate showdown. IESF brings heart-stopping matches across a variety of gaming genres in an electrifying experience that celebrates the passion and dedication of esports athletes from around the globe. This is more than just a tournament. This is where champions are born, legends are made, and anything is possible. Get ready to witness the ultimate display of skill, strategy, and heart. The IESF World Esports Championship. It's about to take your breath away.
Do you think you've got what it takes? The challenge will be tougher than ever. In 2023, international esports has a new home. Over 100 nations fighting for the championship in a celebration of everything that makes esports great. Who will rise up to the challenge? Who will be the world champion?
In the heart of Iași, Romania, the world's top gamers have gathered for the ultimate showdown. IESF brings heart-stopping matches across a variety of gaming genres in an electrifying experience that celebrates the passion and dedication of esports athletes from around the globe. This is more than just a tournament. This is where champions are born, legends are made, and anything is possible. Get ready to witness the ultimate display of skill, strategy, and heart. The IESF World Esports Championship. It's about to take your breath away.
Do you think you've got what it takes? The challenge will be tougher than ever. In 2023, international esports has a new home. Over 100 nations fighting for the championship in a celebration of everything that makes esports great. Who will rise up to the challenge? Who will be the world champion?
In the heart of Iași, Romania, the world's top gamers have gathered for the ultimate showdown. IESF brings heart-stopping matches across a variety of gaming genres in an electrifying experience that celebrates the passion and dedication of esports athletes from around the globe. This is more than just a tournament. This is where champions are born, legends are made, and anything is possible. Get ready to witness the ultimate display of skill, strategy, and heart. The IESF World Esports Championship. It's about to take your breath away.
Do you think you've got what it takes? The challenge will be tougher than ever. In 2023, international esports has a new home. Over 100 nations fighting for the championship in a celebration of everything that makes esports great. Who will rise up to the challenge? Who will be the world champion?
In the heart of Iași, Romania, the world's top gamers have gathered for the ultimate showdown. IESF brings heart-stopping matches across a variety of gaming genres in an electrifying experience that celebrates the passion and dedication of esports athletes from around the globe. This is more than just a tournament. This is where champions are born, legends are made, and anything is possible. Get ready to witness the ultimate display of skill, strategy, and heart. The IESF World Esports Championship. It's about to take your breath away.
Do you think you've got what it takes? The challenge will be tougher than ever. In 2023, international esports has a new home. Over 100 nations fighting for the championship in a celebration of everything that makes esports great. Who will rise up to the challenge? Who will be the world champion?
the heart of Iași, Romania, the world's top gamers have gathered for the ultimate showdown. IESF brings heart-stopping matches across a variety of gaming genres in an electrifying experience that celebrates the passion and dedication of esports athletes from around the globe. This is more than just a tournament. This is where champions are born, legends are made, and anything is possible. Get ready to witness the ultimate display of skill, strategy, and heart. The IESF World Esports Championship. It's about to take your breath away.
Do you think you've got what it takes? The challenge will be tougher than ever. In 2023, international esports has a new home. Over 100 nations fighting for the championship in a celebration of everything that makes esports great. Who will rise up to the challenge? Who will be the world champion?
In the heart of Iași, Romania, the world's top gamers have gathered for the ultimate showdown. IESF brings heart-stopping matches across a variety of gaming genres in an electrifying experience that celebrates the passion and dedication of esports athletes from around the globe. This is more than just a tournament. This is where champions are born, legends are made, and anything is possible. Get ready to witness the ultimate display of skill, strategy, and heart. The IESF World Esports Championship. It's about to take your breath away.
Do you think you've got what it takes? The challenge will be tougher than ever. In 2023, international esports has a new home. Over 100 nations fighting for the championship in a celebration of everything that makes esports great. Who will rise up to the challenge? Who will be the world champion?
In the heart of Iași, Romania, the world's top gamers have gathered for the ultimate showdown. IESF brings heart-stopping matches across a variety of gaming genres in an electrifying experience that celebrates the passion and dedication of esports athletes from around the globe. This is more than just a tournament. This is where champions are born, legends are made, and anything is possible. Get ready to witness the ultimate display of skill, strategy, and heart. The IESF World Esports Championship. It's about to take your breath away.
Do you think you've got what it takes? The challenge will be tougher than ever. In 2023, international esports has a new home. Over 100 nations fighting for the championship in a celebration of everything that makes esports great. Who will rise up to the challenge? Who will be the world champion?
the heart of Iași, Romania, the world's top gamers have gathered for the ultimate showdown. IESF brings heart-stopping matches across a variety of gaming genres in an electrifying experience that celebrates the passion and dedication of esports athletes from around the globe. This is more than just a tournament. This is where champions are born, legends are made, and anything is possible. Get ready to witness the ultimate display of skill, strategy, and heart. The IESF World Esports Championship. It's about to take your breath away.
Do you think you've got what it takes? The challenge will be tougher than ever. In 2023, international esports has a new home. Over 100 nations fighting for the championship in a celebration of everything that makes esports great. Who will rise up to the challenge? Who will be the world champion?
In the heart of Iași, Romania, the world's top gamers have gathered for the ultimate showdown. IESF brings heart-stopping matches across a variety of gaming genres in an electrifying experience that celebrates the passion and dedication of esports athletes from around the globe. This is more than just a tournament. This is where champions are born, legends are made, and anything is possible. Get ready to witness the ultimate display of skill, strategy, and heart. The IESF World Esports Championship. It's about to take your breath away.
Do you think you've got what it takes? The challenge will be tougher than ever. In 2023, international esports has a new home. Over 100 nations fighting for the championship in a celebration of everything that makes esports great. Who will rise up to the challenge? Who will be the world champion?
In the heart of Iași, Romania, the world's top gamers have gathered for the ultimate showdown. IESF brings heart-stopping matches across a variety of gaming genres in an electrifying experience that celebrates the passion and dedication of esports athletes from around the globe. This is more than just a tournament. This is where champions are born, legends are made, and anything is possible. Get ready to witness the ultimate display of skill, strategy, and heart. The IESF World Esports Championship. It's about to take your breath away.
Do you think you've got what it takes? The challenge will be tougher than ever. In 2023, international esports has a new home. Over 100 nations fighting for the championship in a celebration of everything that makes esports great. Who will rise up to the challenge? Who will be the world champion?
In the heart of Iași, Romania, the world's top gamers have gathered for the ultimate showdown. IESF brings heart-stopping matches across a variety of gaming genres in an electrifying experience that celebrates the passion and dedication of esports athletes from around the globe. This is more than just a tournament. This is where champions are born, legends are made, and anything is possible. Get ready to witness the ultimate display of skill, strategy, and heart. The IESF World Esports Championship. It's about to take your breath away.
Do you think you've got what it takes? The challenge will be tougher than ever. In 2023, international esports has a new home. Over 100 nations fighting for the championship in a celebration of everything that makes esports great. Who will rise up to the challenge? Who will be the world champion?
In the heart of Iași, Romania, the world's top gamers have gathered for the ultimate showdown. IESF brings heart-stopping matches across a variety of gaming genres in an electrifying experience that celebrates the passion and dedication of esports athletes from around the globe. This is more than just a tournament. This is where champions are born, legends are made, and anything is possible. Get ready to witness the ultimate display of skill, strategy, and heart. The IESF World Esports Championship. It's about to take your breath away.
Do you think you've got what it takes? The challenge will be tougher than ever. In 2023, international esports has a new home. Over 100 nations fighting for the championship in a celebration of everything that makes esports great. Who will rise up to the challenge? Who will be the world champion?
In the heart of Iași, Romania, the world's top gamers have gathered for the ultimate showdown. IESF brings heart-stopping matches across a variety of gaming genres in an electrifying experience that celebrates the passion and dedication of esports athletes from around the globe. This is more than just a tournament. This is where champions are born, legends are made, and anything.
Hello and welcome back to IESF Asia Regional Qualifiers. I'm Kips. I'm Kips. I'm Atomo. Joining me is Kips. I'm so sorry. I just feel like we're so connected. We've become one person basically. But yeah, and as we clearly look all very alike. So yeah, I'm Atomo. Joining me is Kips. And how are you doing? How was the rap that you had? Was it good?
Yeah, Wrap was great. Some meatballs, tzatziki in like a South American tortilla wrap. I think they call that fusion. So not just delicious, but also very highbrow. And well, we immediately have a draft as well. That is lovely to see. So we can roll on straight into the Dota 2 action for you all, with bans over onto the Medusa, the Beastmaster, the Doom, and the Underlord. None of the big three offlaners in, but certainly one of the big two carries in. Where's that Alchemist? Come on.
Oh, look at that. They'd say, who cares about the Alchemist? We're going to take Bomberman himself. They do take the techies. And I've been testing a lot of Bounty Hunter all day. And apparently, not only do you get the stun from the Shadow Walk when you use it on an ally with Aghanim's Shard, but you get the damage reduction with the talent. Like, there's some pretty good stuff coming out from that ability. It's a whole lot of utility for just one shard, basically. And for people who are wondering, what exactly is at stake here? What does this match matter? What basically in every region, before we go to Riyadh, we have to have this stage, which is a league. The top two in the league go against each other in the playoff. I mean, a bunch of people in the playoffs. And from the playoffs, the best person goes and represents the region itself. So India is almost guaranteed a spot in the playoffs. Nepal has, if they win this, they're also basically guaranteed. It'll be very hard for any other country to catch up with them. Nepal has 2 victories, Sri Lanka is with 1. So Sri Lanka needs this victory to tie up and have a chance to force tiebreakers. So all you have to really think about is that Nepal wins, good for them. They make it to playoffs. If Sri Lanka wins, we might have tiebreakers.
That is correct. And look who has appeared while you were explaining all of that. It is the one, it is the only, it is the Alchemist. So we're going to be playing a very fast-paced game here for Nepal, with a lot of extra gold income. Yeah, money on the table, both from killing heroes and from killing creeps. So that's a lot of sources of a lot of side hustles they got going there.
Yeah, no, right. Like there's business coming out from the Nepal side here. And I've seen both of these teams play. I think I've seen... I forgot how I saw Sri Lanka play against. I think it was also against India. But I saw India destroy both of these teams. So it's kind of hard to judge. But between them, Nepal looked, as we just saw in the previous game, they looked like they were, they had some spunk in them. They had a couple of moves here and there. Yes, they're behind India in like a couple of tiers. But they gave a decent fight, I would say, for the level that they're playing at. Sri Lanka, I was completely outclassed. I do feel like there's a significant gap between them. Nepal looks a lot stronger. We'll see. So far, Snapfire comes out, Undying comes out, and lovely counter, right? Tombstone drops, you just take it away.
Yeah, I get that little shredder going. Tombstone drops in both ways, I guess. But that is a lot of damage coming out from the support duo of Sri Lanka, though. Techies, we've seen how effective this hero can be, and here is a fellow whose face I didn't think we'd see that often. Because Grimstroke is still really unwieldy, right? And
yes.
I don't even know if they've fixed the bug with his Dark Portrait yet, so I would normally see him get picked up against either Spirit Heroes, where his ultimate is really useful in order to tie them down to the ground and make sure people can lay into them, or alternatively to see him picked up versus Illusion or Zoo Heroes, where his Stroke of Faith can do a lot of work. But instead we've got... I guess his Shard is really good on Alchemist, a hero that's going to get like focused down a lot. Like the Dispel, the Heal, I've seen it do a lot of work, but... Is this then like a player preference? Because I'm not feeling Grimstroke in this patch, to be honest.
I like the Grimstroke in this combination because I have always advocated Grimstroke Bounty Hunter as a combination, because the double track into double shuriken is very powerful, especially like when you make it's like 600 damage nuke. No, sorry, that was before. Now it's like 300 something. Because with the way that the track works with the damage multiplier, it's a very easy way to work it together. You have to make sure you shuriken the hero, not a creep though, because that's where you get the double unstable concoction is really good. You can also ink swallow the bounty hunter he walks in. And this is a core bounty, by the way. This is an off-lane bounty, probably looking like a snap 4, Grimstroke 5, could be a snap 3 and off-lane bounty, but I mean in a position 4 bounty, but I'm feeling very strong as an off-lane bounty hunter.
Yeah, I get that vibe as well. That setup versus the Terrorblade, I mean, that's a lot more extra use for this Grimstroke. It's almost like Sri Lanka said, like, you know what? That's a cheeky combo you have there, but let's give you a hero who actually cares about getting silenced up, who actually cares about you clearing illusions, who actually cares about the Dark Portrait. Although, again, as I said last time, I saw Grimstroke like slave away all game to get the Aghanim Scepter up and get the Dark Portrait versus the Terrorblade. The illusion took what was it? I think the illusion just took 100% damage and it died immediately. It was very sad.
It's definitely one of those Aghanim Scepters that is like, it's very conditional on how you can get it to make it work, you know. Yeah. And it's
I'm
very
saying it's bugged now too. Possibly.
And there you go. So now it's like, it's kind of useless. I mean, it's worthwhile, I guess, like a Luna or a Medusa, but that's not in this game. Last pick comes out. It is going to be Primal Beast. Could be mid, could be offlane. We're not quite sure. Depends on where the Death Puppet goes. But Primal Beast, I wouldn't mind putting the Primal Beast mid on against the Storm, actually. And I feel like he can do really well against him in the early game. But you can put him against, yeah, I wouldn't mind him mid, you know, and put the Death Prophet bottom. If this Alchemist tries to do anything, you can just Spirit Siphon, you'll be fine. Overall, Sri Lanka, both teams' the draft is pretty good, but I'm just going to go with Nepal because I feel like they've looked a lot better previously.
They have, yes. I think that Sri Lanka is going to have trouble matching the tempo of this Alchemist. Like, once the Alch comes online, he's just going to start fighting with his Bounty Hunter, and the fact that the Storm needs a couple of items in this game isn't necessarily even relevant anymore, because this Alch is going to just go so fast and be so furious about it that I'm not sure they can match the tempo at all.
No, and one of the things that I like about this Alchemist pick is that, guess what, Terrorblade doesn't want to get MKB, so you get Radiance, which is a natural thing that you build, and he's like, either you have like what, 15% chance, I think the aura is like 15% chance from the burn, and there's another 15% evasion. Either way, it's pretty damn good for him. I'm gonna have to check the number just so I don't look like an idiot, but yeah, you get the 50% evasion, and there's a 50% chance from the aura itself, which is pretty damn good.
It is, yeah. It's a little bit of a mischance aura, which is always good versus illusion heroes, as well as just the Radiance burn is very effective damage versus all of those illusions. So that's a pretty decent matchup as well. It means that the Terrorblade is going to be very challenged to actually, like, maybe he'll be forced to join early and then still not able to contribute because he doesn't have his items yet, and the Alchemist is just geared up well against him. It feels rough.
It is rough. It feels like it's going to be a very tough situation coming here for Sri Lanka, but they do have good burst damage with the techies, and we have seen the Undyings these days. They're maxing out Decay, which I love to see. You know, it's like max out Decay. You get the 4-second cooldown. You do damage with it. It's a pretty damn good spell, especially in a game when Tombstone is not as valuable as it used to be. So, oh, and what do you think of this new Tombstone shard where you can put an ally in? I've heard it's pretty good, actually.
That's the spirit.
Yeah, it feels a little bit like the Punch shard, right? Except they're not in the hero; they're in the Tombstone now. It's sort of you turn heroes into. I mean, do you turn them into Phoenix? That's the thing that I don't know and didn't test, actually. Like, if they die, do they just pop out again like a Jack in the Box?
Yes.
Or do they die if the Tombstone goes down? Okay.
No, the Tombstone goes down, they just pop out like it's nothing. It's just like, it's basically a bunker. You're in for 3 seconds and then you're ejected no matter what, and if it gets destroyed, you're gonna be fine. So it's pretty decent. It's like if someone gets arrowed, you put them in the Tombstone. You know, like that's what that basically is. If someone gets a stun,
like a disruption. It's a disruption.
Yeah, exactly. And it's a solid one. It's a solid one because you can also heal it with the Soul Rip. Like, oh, they were gonna bring it down and kick him out in a second, but he's like, yeah, I'll Soul Rip. It's certainly good for the hero because I think this old shot wasn't amazing for a support. When you have to hit people and you summon a zombie in the Flesh Golem, have you ever seen an Undying position 5 hit people in late game? It just never happens.
Briefly.
Oh, Sri Lanka, there's Primal Beast. He's taking a few hits here. He's going to be making that out Oh my god, I was like, he's gonna make out just fine. God hits him from a mile away, but it's not gonna be enough to kill him.
He will be completely zoned out of this bottom lane right now. Both teams actually tri-laning at the moment and completely zoning out the opposing offlaner. This bounty hunter has also barely even sniffed any creeps at all. He's got the wave pushing into him right now, though, whereas over on the Radiant safe lane, this Primal Beast has to watch another creep wave walk all the way towards the Alchemist while both supports are just standing guard in front of his face. That is unpleasant to say the least. So Bounty is nearly level 2.
That's the saddest Primal Beast I've seen in a long time. But yeah, both teams deciding that the off lane is the lane we want to like sack. So all supports are going to their safe lane, and the off lane is like, well, I'm lonely here. Bounty Hunter, though, a couple of track kills is all he needs to recover, where I feel like it's a little bit harder for the Primal Beast. I mean, you have to get those track kills.
Yeah.
But,
but somebody else can get the kills for you. Whereas
exactly.
Primal Beast is the playmaker over on his side. Like, you'll have the Techies damage to back you up eventually, but Techies also doesn't want to try lane. He's very experience hungry. At least this Bounty... Bounty
hasn't even touched. Yeah, he's got 3 creeps. He hasn't touched a hero, by the way. I don't think I've seen him get one Janada hit coming out on for his side. Almost level 2. If he can go level 2, he might. Oh, there you go. If he can walk in, he can just get the shadow walk, and then he can actually, force him to get sentries and stuff. And, Snapfire.
She just walked in there.
Yeah,
well, at least he's got level 2 now.
Yeah, she's very confident. She thinks, she can do whatever she wants. Just like my grandmother, She's like, I don't care. I'm gonna...
Yeah, she's right too. It's all in the attitude.
What the hell is a faux pas? I don't care about any of those things. And about it is level 2. He does have the Snapfire as well with the quickie to help out. Despite this, Primal Beast has not actually gone near the lane. He's got a little bit more experience than before, and Tech is going to help him out, and we're going to have a more standard 2v2. But Nepal coming out way ahead, I'd say, because of what happened. Oh, look at that! Look at it. You're not hitting level 2, man. You're just not hitting level 2. Is what they're trying to do, and he does hit it. Finally.
On a deny. What a sad existence. And I mean, both safe laners are very happy with their EXP lead right now. Alk happily on his way to level 4. Terrorblade doing the same. Though, yeah, the Terrorblade definitely has a bit more contention from the opposing laner. And he's running after this Snapfire here right now, who's using the Shredder, takes out the Tombstone, pops a stick. That's not enough to live. Oh, it is if the decay misses. Oh yeah.
It doesn't matter. Decay is level 1. He actually kind of messed up by taking the Tombstone. If he had taken Decay level 2, he might would have been able to get that kill. But feeling like the Tombstone was gonna keep him alive. And what's amazing is that Snapfire did not have Little Shredder. I was looking at him. I was thinking, he only has 1 point Sky Blast by level 2. He kept it. And then the moment the Tombstone dropped, he immediately put a skill point in it, took out the Tombstone, ran away. Very heavy mind games coming out from those sides, but in the end, Nepal loses nothing. Sri Lanka, and they do call for a break to celebrate. They're like, "You guys see that? See the moves I was doing?"
On a budget too, because any other Snapfire would have just had Cookie there and tried to make their escape, and this man was like, "Nah, fam, watch this. He's going to take Tombstone. I'm going to turn around, get all the gold, and then get out anyway because he doesn't have the levels."
They're like, yeah, very impressive. And remember, he gets a lot of gold out of that. Snapfire is now the highest net worth support, because guess who's the lowest net worth hero in the game? I'll just guess.
I'm sorry. As soon as you said that, I pressed my hotkey, so I already know.
Fine. It rhymes with Primal Beast. Wait, no way, I said that wrong.
Glorious Feast.
Well, Primal Beast, he is, the guy's he's got nothing to his name. He's got 4 CS. The Grimstroke has more gold than him. which maybe call me a traditionalist, but that seems kind of bad when the offlaner has very low net worth. You kind of want him a bit up there, don't you?
You do, and like there's also this thing where there's not really any playmakers on the Dire team apart from the Primal Beast, and the Primal Beast does that mostly with levels, and like his tankiness is also all about levels because he doesn't really scale with farm all that well. And levels are the thing he currently also doesn't have because he's also at the bottom of the bird net level-wise. So yeah, his laning phase is very bad. He's basically out of the game at this point.
I saw one of those memes. I think that's what the young people call them. When they kill a tormentor and the carry got the shard, and they're like, that does not bode well for us if our carry is getting the shard when no one else has it. So the Primal Beast when anyone
cheeky concoction.
Should be okay. And he could have almost farmed the Phantom Embrace. That would have been a bit of gold for him, but he doesn't even get that. But what I mean is, once they pick up the Wisdom Ruin and you see the Primal Beast get the experience, you're like, that's not good.
Whoopsie daisy. Well, mid lane is going very well for the Dire side. One of the few places where that is happening as the Storm Spirit gets shoved out by the Death Prophet, who is actually, I wanted to say out farming him, but that is really not true. Storm Spirit also higher in net worth there. In spite of this being a pretty Death Prophet favorite lane, I'd say.
That's gonna be a dead. It's gonna be a dead Primal Beast. That is that's a little painful here. I love the buff that Inkswell got. 20% movement speed at all levels feels nice. What was it? It was like, 12 at level 1, max out 18, and this felt so awkward. Now it's like 20%. 20% feels very substantial at all levels. And it doesn't mean that you don't...
It was because it saw a lot of abuse together with Spirit Breaker, who is also a hero again, by the way. So they were like, okay, fine, we're going to make you invest into Inkswell if you want to run this combo. And then, nobody wanted to take Inkswell anymore, and nobody wanted to play Spirit Breaker anymore. But guess what? People are believers in the Spirit Breaker right now after all of the buffs in the last patch. I think we're going to see this combo again.
I love... I mean, my most played hero by miles is Spirit Breaker. And when I saw all the buffs IceFrog was giving, it was Christmas and my birthday and... Valentine's Day all rolled into one. It was just the best thing ever, and I just loved it. And I mean, every spell got buffed, and he got more strength. Like, to be fair, it is TI season coming soon, so he's a TI hero, just like Tidehunter. I imagine Tidehunter's the next guy who's going to be getting the love. And in Nepal saying go and ready, Sri Lanka's unpausing, and Primal Beast is going to be dying. What? And he does die. Okay, good.
Under attack.
At least the Phantom's Embrace got taken up by the techies there, so he gets a little bit. But yeah, this offlaner is no longer an offlaner.
No, he is not. He is not. Oh, and Bounty Hunter, at least he's like 3.5. Primal Beast is getting close to 3, but like we said, if you are Bounty Hunter, you can stay back, track for a couple of fights, you're still getting good value. You're still getting something out of the hero. Primal Beast is a body. You rush for it. It's very similar to a hero like Raze or Necrophos, where a lot of your value comes from the fact that you have a high amount of net worth. Panda? Okay. Like these heroes, they need these long sustained fights to be valuable, and when they don't have them, they feel very impotent.
Exactly. Primal Beast, it's all in his beef, in his bulk, in the fact that he can go in and just not give a damn about people slapping him. These hits are supposed to be bouncing like bullets off of the Hulk, but he's not really in Hulk mode right now. This is more Dr. Banner wondering why he's not.
Some people are like,
no.
Some people will be like, what? You like Marvel? How could you? And they're like, what? Why can't I? It's pretty good. I like it. And I hear Primal Beast doing an onslaught, but it looks like it was an onslaught to run away, and he takes a bit of damage. Oh god, he is not enjoying this game. I'm interested to see what God decides to max out, because Grimstroke is one of those heroes where you can make an argument that any other of his skills is worth maxing out first. Oh, and Primal Beast picks up the
you've
Wisdom
got
Rune.
the Storm Spirit. Yeah. You got Storm Spirit, right? So Inkswell is definitely value combo, but then Phantom's Embrace is really good versus the support.
Yes.
But then Stroke of Fate is like your only zero farming mechanism, man. That's your most damage. What are you gonna do? I'm hoping for Inkswell max, and he did just make another point, I think.
I mean, it might be, right? And is he going for it? He Inkswells himself. Will be able to get there in time? Oh, sun comes out. Can they get the Phantom's base comes out last second? Is it enough? The onslaught! And he does make it out. It doesn't onslaught for that long. And here comes the Death Prophet saying, yeah, I'll try to do something here. And will the stun cut? He gets the kill. Mel. And he gets the ultimate as well. And looks like he should just... What a nice turn of events. Yeah, gets the kill, gets the experience, gets to run away here. And level 1 of the Exorcist.
No,
just gets him with the Stroke of Fate. But Mel, yeah, those bats are sort of chipping him a little bit. And he does get the kill. Max Script Swarm is enough. I was actually wondering...
I mean, you Inkswell him again, right?
I don't think... Did he not? Did he? I thought I saw him just throw the Stroke
He
of
didn't
Fate.
Inkswell him, no.
Yeah, he didn't. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I was like... Yeah, he was like, that's gonna be enough, but I don't think he had enough mana either. Maybe that was the issue. And Primal Beast goes mid, so
he only had one spell, which is why I'm like, I'm pretty sure that I would have picked to Inkswell him there.
And so he chose poorly, that's for sure, and does cost him his carry's life. But to be fair, did you see the cast range on Inkswell? Because he was miles away from him. That's why I think he
the cast range on Inkswell is donkey butt.
It's by that you mean it. I don't know much about donkey butt, so I'm just gonna let that one slide. But yeah, Inkswell. I think he was went for the safer play. Deadly anyway, when nearby, you know. That's
yes.
Go with that.
That's also possible, that's true. Anyway, the Terrorblade has, I don't want to say vacated the top lane, but definitely left his Bounty Hunter a lot of space to roam here. Might get punished though, that's a level 6 TB, 3 levels in the Conjure Image. No detection over on his support.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
And I like what Bounty has got. He's got the Vanguard, which is a standard thing, and he's going to go for the Crimson. I wanna pick your brains on something. I believe that Bounty Hunter's Aghanim's Scepter is garbage. I think it's one of those things. Maybe you get like 4th item, but see, it's very popular in pubs. It's rushed a lot. Am I the crazy one, or is it actually bad? And you know, there's sanity in the world.
I'm with you. It's bad.
Oh my God.
It's for people who want to deal damage, but also they realize that Bounty Hunter can't go in and deal damage. Like the days of the Desolator Bounty Hunter are long gone, but they still want to click people for numbers. They can't be arsed to accept that they're a utility hero. So,
there's no utility coming out from this Primal Beast at all. He loses his life as well. Panda tries to get a kill on the Grimstroke, and he just TPs out, and a little bit unfortunate. Nepal has butchered this Primal Beast completely. He is support level and net worth. And I don't know, like, how do you
levels of level as well.
it's like, what do you do when your Primal Beast is not a hero? He's gonna go for the Vanguard, he's gonna get it. He's gonna hit level 6 fairly soon as well, but his timing is so, and he is a very snowbally hero. You know?
Yes, he is.
It's like when your LC gets their first duel victory at 25 minutes, and you're like, well, it's better than nothing.
Thanks, bro. And here, this Techies is gonna go down basically for free. That Inkswell, yep, sure, I guess. Went off after the man was already dead. And was that the first track kill of the game? I do believe it was.
Yes, it is. It looks like he hit it only very recently. And by the way, this is going to be the Max Inkswell. He might consider taking the Inkswell talent as well at level 10. At that point, the spell, 10 was 13 seconds. Oh, this used to be 15 at some point. The cooldown has been increasing quite a lot.
Radiant structures are fortified.
It's not as good as it used to be. I remember it was 10 seconds at one point. I don't know. But the 65 Phantom Embrace damage a second is pretty wild. 105 damage a second, followed by 360 rend. That's
That gives you actually a position 5 who deals a lot of damage and can farm creep camps as well, which is right now usually you see pos 4s who can do that, and then they get a very utility based pos 5. But this way you can have the best of both worlds, and right now they're TPing all the way across the world, even though there's a gate right here, fellas. You didn't need to TP there. Now your cores can't come in because the TP is secure, and they will have to take the gate. Maybe the cores will not be involved at all, though, apart from the Storm Spirit. That's a double silence. That is now the Mortimer's Kisses raining down as well. Huge damage over on everybody on the Dire side who went in. And yeah, he's throwing a tantrum over on the Primal Beast, but that doesn't actually mean that he's going to get enough damage done. Pulled back in again. Storm Spirit getting really low out there. Has a tiny bit of mana, ready to jump out as the Primal Beast gets finished off over on the other side. Same goes for the Undying. Track kill after track kill going to the Radiant, with none of their heroes falling in that fight, even though several of them got really low. And the team stepped in.
Oh, and look at how much gold they got. By the way, very rarely do you see a team get more gold than experience from a team fight, but they got 2,500 gold, only 2,000 experience. Why? Because there's a lot of tracks coming out. It's very delicious. And Bounty Hunter got 1,100 gold. He is very, very happy. And now you start thinking, well, does this get better? Because Snapfire's got Bracer, Magic Wand, Infused Raindrops. She's not going to be easy to kill. Grimstroke is the target, but everyone else is just very, very durable. Very, very durable. And remember, there's an Alchemist.
And who's going to jump them?
Primal Beast.
Uh-huh.
Yes. Primal Beast, he'll be jumping them.
Time to adjust our monocles and sip from our cup of tea.
By the way, they also took the Wisdom Ruin on Nepal. They took Sri Lanka's Wisdom Ruin. They haven't taken theirs yet, so there's a chance Sri Lanka could even it out. But if they don't, that's going to be a pretty big blow for the Sri Lanka side, honestly. Which I don't feel like they could take too many blows. You know, they're in a pretty tough spot as is.
Yeah, they're already pretty bruised looking, and that's the middle tower going down now as well. Only left is their off-lane tower, which is already being watched by the cliff ward, and Storm is just merely zipping his way back over through the triangle. Look at where the TV is. This man wants to be farming jungle right now, and he is walking back to base. Oi, that's level 5 Undying. Yes.
No ultimate. The enemy is level 8 support, by the way, and they got both Wisdom Ruins. I like that. I feel like with the change now, even Course can take it. It's no big deal.
Oh, this deck is
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
deleted.
Oi! Oh God. Yes. And by the way, Alchemist just looked like a quad stack of ancient creeps. Why is the ancient black dragon blue green? Is that bug? I've seen him green a lot of times. Is it just because he's in the acid spray? I don't. Is it?
Yeah,
I think so. I don't think it colors anything else green, does it? Oh no, wait! It's because of his new passive. Now I get it.
It's the corrosive weaponry. I see. Yeah. Huh.
This is such a weird ability.
It is. I mean, it's.
Here we go.
It's
Looks like someone's gonna. It kinda. I don't know. I mean, I'm not really sure what exactly his
in
kit
from the
is.
side had a blink dagger, deletes the poor Undying, who is still on level 6, and now he runs down Parablade, who's the only one left standing who wasn't even really in that engagement. Cool guys don't look at explosions. Yalk just lets him burn down, and yeah, they were buying space for their Primal Beast right now, finally, so the Primal Beast is in the prime farming location of the map, but that doesn't mean their team fighter wasn't even involved in any of that. Tier 2 mid goes down.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
I know, right? It's like this is for people wondering about our job. These are the tough games to cast, not the hour-long slugfest. These are the ones that actually make us earn our money, because it's 60 minutes in the game and one team is 17,000 gold ahead. You know, you can't really say that there's no chance for Sri Lanka to win, but it's rather minute. You know, it is rather small, and Mel's good.
What's Gaben saying?
5%, which is I feel very generous.
Generous. Once
Yeah,
again,
generous indeed.
good Techie's explosion. The Snapfire most likely dies here, and actually the Alk is quite on his lonesome as well. Ult will run out in a little bit as well.
Okay.
Okay, well, mistakes were made. Inkswell, Storm Spirit coming in. That is a double pull with the silence. Immediately goes over towards Death Prophet as well. 2 heroes deleted. Another 2 soon to follow. As it turns out, it does not actually matter. This Alchemist does not have to be in this game. That's a double damage Storm Spirit with Inkswell, with Trax. And they are even further ahead now than they were before, in spite of losing their Alchemist.
Can you imagine Nepal's like, they're telling the Alchemist like, could you not ruin the game by fighting the enemy? You know, like every game you want your character to join. This game, they're like, stop it. You're just feeding them. And this camera, look at this. Look at this pan from the camera we're getting. This camera's just going to the side.
Cinematic.
Very nice. It is. We're just going further. It's like all the way to Roshan. Zooming in.
And then
There you go.
beyond.
We
Really
are
wishing that there were lands even further than the lands beyond the map.
all right.
Can you imagine? I will radiocast what's happening in the meantime, because this Techie's got engaged upon by the Alchemist. Alk already skipped and thought to look for more kills. Didn't actually find any. Undying dies again. He is re-dying. He is still level 5. 18 minutes. Mans does not catch a break. In the meantime, Alchemist has already run back into the base where the Storm Spirit has been wiping out the creep wave. Terrorblade is hiding in a corner of the map. The Primal Beast is stomping around on the top lane, desperately trying to make his way towards the pipe. He's not going to get that before his Raxus fall, I don't think.
No, I'm not sure if he's gonna get it, or well, actually, it's not that. He's only nope. He's not gonna get it. He's not gonna get it before his base falls. It might be like his throw. This is a tough situation for Sri Lanka. They zoned out the bouncer too early on, but nowhere near enough for us. Nepal played an amazing, had an amazing performance, just focusing on the Primal Beast. That's a dead. Techies buys back. Does he want to join in? Primal Beast, he's dead as well. Onslaught and 9 up. Okay, good jump on 2, but you just jumped to your death, buddy. And they get him with the actual explosion of the unstable concoction. All right, you have the Death Prophet. You have the buyback coming out from the Primal Beast. Can you catch anyone? I think so. I'm seeing the kisses come out. But
Spirit on the TV.
Lose a Terrorblade, and in the meantime, the stun on 2 with unstable concoction, by the way. Panda, he's tracked, AB is tracked, and they're just stuck in between multiple enemies here. They are gonna try to get the Storm Spirit. This could be a decent kill. It's not happening.
It's the Crimson.
It's 7 kills, something like that, coming out for Nepal.
It's all over but the crying, Ottomo. It's all over.
It definitely feels very over. There's not much that Sri Lanka can do here. And kudos to Nepal taking this match. 99%. Still, I feel like that Gaben is being quite generous to Sri Lanka on this one. It's like, yeah. 30,000 gold at 20 minutes. How is this?
Yeah, that's because it's a stomp when the gold difference hits 1k gold per minute, right? Like that's the definition of an absolute wipeout. That's like the mathematical definition of it. And we have gone way beyond that. We're at 1,500 now per minute lead.
I mean, and sometimes you see the lead, like it comes out like at 40-50 minutes when one team, gets they team wipe, the other team buys back, they get team wiped again, and they get, you see like a giant net worth gain. It's like, and that's like, oh, okay, it's 42,000 at 42 minutes, but it's not exactly like that. Oh, that's what was the move.
You know what just happened, Ottomo?
What?
Dying picked up the Wisdom Rune. It's level 7.
Oh. Hey, that's good for him. Yeah. Yeah, he died to the
Solo
Tormentor.
killed himself to the Tormentor. Oh no, that was a Terrorblade. I was so distracted and didn't even notice that the carry was once again going down.
Maintaining the 1.5 gold advantage per minute that we are seeing here for Nepal. Oy. Actually, I think they're above that, right? Because at 22 minutes, you want to be 33,000 to be that, and oh lord, oh, okay, that's a nice attempt. Oh, this could be a kill actually.
The bounty hunter.
The pipe.
He's so
Pipe
tanky.
He's got pipe and he got crimson. And look, but you know it's not tanky. Anyone who's next to the frickin' alchemist, he gets a kill on the techies. He's going to go for more. Pandas is going to lose his life. The exorcism was not used though, which is nice, but I don't think it matters. And what about when you double? What about when you are? Oh, GG's called. I was gonna say, what if you have 40,000 gold at 20 minutes? What is that? What is that called?
Yeah, so I believe that the foremost scientists on this level are Sunspan and Singren. And I do believe that the term they have coined for this rare but significant phenomena is a Gaben level shellacking.
Oh yes, I've heard of that one. Yeah, so it's I mean, yes, there's really no other way to call it. I didn't think Sri Lanka would lose in this way, I'll be honest. And I know our producer, he is from there, so he's probably crying. He's like, no, why'd Sri Lanka lose? But I mean, Nepal just destroyed them. It felt like just from the start of the game. I did not imagine the gap was this big. Like I thought Sri Lanka would be able to feel something. I mean, we're not looking at like a big MMR difference here. These guys are the techies is ranked 300. And, like he's ranked 300. Everyone else is immortal. It's not the biggest gap. I think the techies is actually the highest MMR player in the game, but the Primal Beast got destroyed. Mid lane didn't go well for them. Top lane Bounty Hunter, he was shut down, but he's a bounty, so he just gets a few tracks and he's perfectly fine. And let's look at what we're working. Sometimes when you show something and you're like, this is kind of, what do I say here that doesn't embarrass one side?
Well, I'm going to embarrass them anyway, because the thing that this comes down to is really it's all snowballing off of one single decision in the laning stage, which is, and I don't even want to call it a decision, but the Terrorblade did not control his first wave as well as the Alchemist did. That's it.
Oh, for sure.
Everything else happens from there. If you can keep that bounty down, the same mechanics apply, but at least you have somebody else who is being held down that badly. Maybe the supports come to his aid earlier. Instead, the bounty gets to actually touch creeps. The bounty gets to actually have experience, gets to level 2 up before any help comes into his lane. And the Primal Beast does not. And it's all down to just a snowball from the TB not controlling his wave, and the Alchemist is controlling his wave. And sometimes these little things really do make the difference, and this was a prime example.
Yeah, I know what you mean. It's like, I always remember what, it was Quinn, and he was talking about him playing against like Niche or something, and like, he said, oh, I hit level 6 because I was able to use my glyph to keep my creeps alive, then I killed him, and then the whole team snowballed, like they won the game 20 minutes. Yeah. And the next game, the other thing happened, and he's like, yeah, it's just from that one thing, I snowballed, and I killed the guy, hit level 6, he came back, killed him again, snowballed the game, and that's it. And it feels like these very small things, when everything else is very even, and you destroy one guy, that makes a huge difference. And Primal Beast was destroyed, Bounty Hunter was not, and yeah, congratulations to Nepal, looking like they are going to have that rematch against India for that spot at Riyadh. Yeah,
very, very hyped for them, and I do believe you're most likely going to get to cast that one. So you've got a great match ahead of you there tomorrow. And that also means that match is the last IESF Asia qualifier match that you still have to look forward to, because we are done for today. I am done for this tournament, and I will leave the rest to Otimo.
Yeah, and it was fantastic to work with Kips, but we'll be doing the final day of ISF tomorrow, me and Terror. And but for now, we're gonna call it for a day. We had 3 good best of ones. Well, the first one was the best one. I'll be frank with you. The first one was the best one between Myanmar and Thailand. But the other 2 matches, if you're a fan, you can watch them. For now, we're gonna call it a break, and we'll see you guys tomorrow. Have a good day. Have a good night. Bye bye.